Hanaki! Did you know that our souls are connected by fate? What do you know? I'm Yuno Hanaki, the one and only Oran from Yalun. Good evening, everybody. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good week. I had a pretty decent weekend, quote-unquote. A rare Thursday stream. Yeah, because I took off on Tuesday this week. I'm actually low-key thinking about changing it to consistently being Tuesday and Thursday off and then stream Thursday again? Maybe. Perhaps. I'm thinking about it. I am heavily considering. But for right now, we are chill. I'll have to think about it more when I go to make my schedule for next week. Works for me if you do. Honestly, I don't think it'll be too much of a difference. It would just be Tuesday, Wednesday off instead of Wednesday, Thursday. But it is fine. We'll see. I'll think about it. It feels like it's been forever since a Yuno stream when it hasn't. Yeah, it's because I barely tweet when I try to take my time off. And then, like, even when I am active on days where I stream, it's just to promote my streams. Got it. She hates us so much after Onimon. She needs 48 hours to punch the Tama plush. I changed the day off text on my schedule to say beating up the Damadachi plush. That's what I'm doing on my days off. No. It's actually because Hitomi's work schedule changed, so now she gets Tuesdays off and Wednesdays off, like, next to each other. And I think it's kind of neat. Every day is a month in Dama time. Yonium said premium. Oh dear. That's, concerning. I don't know how I should feel about the fact that a day feels like a month to you. There should not be 30 days happening within one day. That sounds bad. Must say. Anyways. But my rest was good. You want more Hitomi time? A little. I just like hanging out with my bestie, okay? I just like to hang out with my bestie. And Onimon is Onimon, so I want to leave Onimon where it is. But I guess Onimon will just be the equivalent of, like, a Friday for me. And it will give you the energy you need to get through a week. While I go fuck off. And then I come back on Thursdays. I don't know, I think it could be workable. I think it wouldn't be too bad of a switch. But I'm not, like, fully committed at the moment. I'm just thinking about it. So that's why Hitomi is so much older. Time just flows differently there. Every month a day passes in Damaburg. This sounds like I don't want to do taxes, Cope. I'm sure there are probably some people who don't want to do taxes. I also don't want to do taxes. April is going to be a really bad month for me, because that's also when one of my bigger bills has to be paid. I also have to pay for the service to file my taxes. That's also going to be when they withdraw taxes. April's going to be a really bad month. It must be said. I don't know what I'm going to do to counterbalance that. But I guess I won't think about it right this second. I close my eyes and I pretend not to see. She really waited till Thursday to read some Thurrot cards. Thorough cards. Well, we could say that I am doing thorough readings, if we want to be technical. The see no evil monkey, that's literally me. I pretend I do not see. Been a rough few years for a lot of people, seems like. Bro, yeah. We can't even joke about it at this point. It just feels like every day something new happens and you just have to be like, bruh. Some new horror drops. In, like, whatever sphere that you're in, there's just something terrible that happens. And I'm just like, oh, fuck. It's so bad out here. Thanks for reminding me to do taxes. Guess I'll do that. Good luck. I hope you get back some money. May you earn back some dollars. Wait, this is you? Yeah, that's literally me. New Oshi marks just dropped. No more Japanese fan ogre mask. It's now fire emoji, pen, hand emoji. Hang in there, Buno. Thanks, man. Can I hire Yuno to do my taxes for me? You can hire me to input all of your tax information into the app that does my taxes for me. That is the most I can do for you. I cannot do your taxes. As in, I cannot do them myself, but I will, I'll do that for you, I guess. How much? Whatever the cost of my yearly membership is. New Oshi marks, but they must always be at the end of the Oshi string. That's fucked up. I'm always going to look like I'm at the bottom of your Oshi list. That's fucked up. Hire Yuno to hire someone else. I'm the proxy service, yeah. You pay me to be the proxy. Once in the past, during a Hana Mizuki meeting, Kaya would shout Oiran, and Yuno says yes. Ran-chan. It never worked because we always called her Ran-chan. I don't think there was ever a time we just called her Ran. It was always Ran-chan. In order to avoid the horrors of April tax season, you must give the IRS a tarot reading or do the dance of the Oni. I will be willing to do either. Can the IRS give me $10 for the tarot reading? Does that mean you're a matchmaking service? I can be. Mayhaps. There's that VN about filing taxes with an anime girl. There is. I've always been curious about how accurate the information on it is. I've never personally played it, but I've always been kind of curious if it ends up being, like, accurate at all. Option C is using Monopoly board game money. Unfortunately, I don't think the IRS would like that. So I cannot do that one. Anyways. We watched the latest episode of Masked Singer tonight, me and Hitomi, while we were eating dinner. You guys wanna feel old? I'm gonna make you feel extremely old again. I don't know if this is as bad as the Spice Girls debacle, but it was pretty bad. So the theme was Ozfest night, and when I read it, I was like, oh, Wicked? It was not Wicked, it was for Ozzy Osbourne. And so when they were doing the intro and talking about like Ozzy Osbourne and referred to him as like the godfather of metal and all of that stuff, and I was just kind of sitting there like, what? Who? Huh? Because I've never listened to his music at all, and I didn't know anything about him whatsoever. And I also didn't understand that Ozfest was like a thing that he hosted. But I was literally just like, who? He was making music before 2000. Leave me alone! My old metalhead bones creaking at this one. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. But I told Hitomi about how I had mentioned to you guys that I didn't know anything about Spice Girls, and she was like, yeah, that's probably going to be something that hurts them if you go to tell them. So I figured I would let you know. I once again didn't understand anything. Never listened to a single Ozzy Osbourne song. On the bright side, one of the performers sang a Linkin Park song, and I was like, oh, I know them. I've heard of Linkin Park. I know who they are. Everything else, I was just like, okay. Ozzy is an absolute legend. The guy has bitten a real bat on stage once. Hitomi was trying to tell me, like, random factoids that she remembered about him. She explained something about how he, like, once bit a chicken's head off. Or, like, a rooster. I don't remember what it was, but it was, like, a bird. And I was like, what the heck? A bat. Was the chicken okay? What do you think? Something chicken with its head cut off? It was a bat? Oh. She told me it was a chicken. He sang the Iron Man song. I see. Buno is Mona from Genshin Impact. I do like Mona. Mona is a cutie. She was from the time when I was still playing Genshin. I think I got through all of Liyuit before I stopped playing Genshin. Wanna feel old? Genshin Impact. That's true. That's true. I'm on mobile, can't find the donation button. Oh, no problem. I will get you the StreamElements link. 1 second. No problem. Thank you for asking. All I remember about Mona is thighs. Yeah, they gave her a very, thigh-heavy look, for sure. Here we go. There was that one chicken who survived for 18 months without a head. I mean, true. Maybe it did survive then. I don't know. I don't know. Thighs. Yeah, of course that's the part you guys pay attention to. The thighs. Don't mind me just taking care of some stuff on the side. You're all psyoped into liking the extra thick thighs by animated women? Sure. Wife mention? Yeah, wife mention. She always ends up mentioned on this on these streams at some point or another. Wife thighs, yes. I know. Yeah, I know. I know. Need a timer? What for? A timer for how long it takes for wife to get mentioned? There would be competitions for whoever mentions wife first. Second since mentioned, true. I don't think we would make it longer than 5 minutes, especially if it was showing on screen. Everyone would be trying to one-up it.
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection.
Elo Bato, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, everyone would be constantly trying to, like, set a new record. Oh, thank you for the posture check. My posture is pretty okay. I'm looking down at my tarot cards while I shuffle, but otherwise, my posture is good. Thanks, though. Wife? Alright, I get it. God, hold on. The lack of patience is astounding. Better? Are you feeling better now? Are you satisfied? Wife. Yeah. Okay. Let's be normal now. At least a little bit. At least a little bit normal. As a treat, perhaps. I know her. Why is my PayPal in German? Good question. PayPal is such a funky website sometimes. Can wife do the card reading? No, unfortunately, wife is not capable of picking up cards. Unfortunately, she cannot hold cards, nor can she read them. She is just like you in that she cannot read. So, she will be of no help. I apologize. I don't believe you. Well, you should, because I am wife's keeper. This is slander. She could try, though. She literally can't, because she also doesn't have a mouth to speak. Even if she could somehow manage to read, she does not have eyes. She does not have a mouth to speak. Unless the foot she's connected to holds the cards. We can't do that either. Okay? Not possible. Someone has no faith in her. It's not a lack of faith. It's the fact that she's literally incapable. Can't or won't? Can't. She is magic ink on my thigh. She cannot see. She cannot hear. She cannot taste. She cannot speak. She cannot touch. She can only have things happen to her. And she has no response to it because she is not sentient. She can definitely feel my love for her.
Cute. Do better.
Ina, thank you for the $10 tip. What is your question? You can ask for any kind of like general question. You can just ask for like a general outlook. You can ask for romance, career, education, whatever. The dollar tanked, huh? I mean, it's not going great. It's not going great out here. Now I'm glad she can't hear what you're saying. Whatever. But yeah, whatever your question is. Tax return amount. You guys think I'm gonna get a return? That's cute. If anything, I'm probably gonna owe the government even more money than I did last year. Which I'm still trying to pay off, by the way. Government evil. Of course they should be paying you. I mean, I wish. Fortune for the coming month? Of course. General reading it is then. Okay. I've been sitting here shuffling this entire time, so I'm pretty sure these cards should be well shuffled enough. So we'll just go ahead and do it. Let's go. Alrighty. She knows exactly where every card is in the deck. I literally don't, but okay. All right. So your first card, the card that represents your past, is Reverse Knight of Swords. So I gotta find the swords really quick. Reverse Knight, which is incapacity and extravagance. So to me, this is kind of saying that, like, last month caused this feeling of, like, I guess incapacity kind of feels like incapability as well. It just kind of feels like there might have been something that happened last month, as in, like, February, that made you feel like you were no longer capable of something. Maybe it was related to school or work, or maybe there was something more metaphorical. But regardless, it just felt like there was something that made you feel like you were incapable, and so the month kind of tanked. Something tells me that last month was not very good. So, I think that we are trying to look towards this month and then, like, the following months, hopefully, to try and improve that situation. At least that's the vibe that I am getting from this first card. As for present, how we're feeling right now in this moment, we have upright Page of Wands. So 2 wands, upright page is... Faithfulness, a lover, an envoy, a postman. This description doesn't do a very good job of trying to explain, but I think this is trying to basically say, you're probably going to receive a message from someone. The card has a lot of, like, masculine energy and vibes to it, which could mean that this message is going to come from, like, a male presence in your life, but it's not necessarily gendered. I just think you're going to receive a message from somebody that is important to you. I think that that means, it could be a tiding of something good, but they're going to just be, like, offering something, important. Like, whatever this messenger is going to say is something that you're going to have to listen to. For sure. It specifically mentions, like, bearing favorable testimony. So to me, it seems like you're going to get, like, a good message from this person. An important male presence. Yeah, like, it could be something like a father. It could be something like an uncle. It could be somebody who's, like, a good friend. It could be like a boss, a coworker, a partner if you have one. I don't know. The idea is that the card is very masculine, so it seems like it could be a male presence, but it doesn't have to be. It could just be somebody who, like, has, like, a very strong, like, authoritative feel to them, and they're going to give a pretty positive message, I think. And as for the future, we have upright 9 of Wands. Which is good, because that means that we didn't get Page of Cups. If Page of Cups follows Page of Wands, it turns the wand message into that of a rival.
Cute. Do better.
As for 9 of Wands... Strength and opposition. Ah, right. So, this usually means, like... I guess guess based within the context of the rest of the reading, my interpretation is once you receive the message from whatever this, like, envoy intends to tell you, you're probably going to have to fight for something. There will be someone or something that opposes you, not necessarily the messenger, but I think that something is going to try to oppose whatever it is you're aiming to, like, achieve within this month and going into the next month. To me, the overall vibe seems to be that because things weren't going so well before, that now you're going to receive a message of something hopefully better, but you might have to fight for it. Like, there's a sign that you're going to have to like fight an opposing force. So there's things that also come up here, like delay and suspension. You're going to be able to, like, fight against it, though. Like, this card, despite the fact that it represents, like, having to fight something and having to, like, be in opposition to something, it says that you're going to be able to face it head on. So even if it's something that kind of will be, like, annoying to have to fight for in some ways, you are going to be able to face it. You are going to be equipped with the strength to take it on. Personally, I think that the messenger...
Cute. Do better.
Might actually be trying to tell you, that you will be capable of fighting it. So that's kind of the vibe that I am getting, at the very least. I think whatever they want to tell you, you're going to be strong enough to handle it, and the fight will end up in your favor. We will have to see how things go, but that's kind of what the cards are saying right now. I hope that was able to offer some kind of guidance. If only a little bit. If only a little bit. Thank you, thank you. Important male presence because postman? No, as in, like, a guy. All of the descriptions on the card were, like, male man, envoy, male lover. And I was like, okay. Altering my life's path based on this reading. It wasn't for you! Shoves you away? This ain't about you. Please. Well, Hanaki, welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Aw, crap. Male doesn't mean human male? I guess so. Maybe you will get an important message from your dog. Hope that postman brings me like €1 billion. Bro, me too, same. I manifest that for you too. We all deserve some money, man.
Cute. Do better.
I can fight him for that. Okay. Let's see. Next is Ted NGR. I would like a general reading. Okay. We'll put all in crypto. Don't put it all in crypto. How long is queue this time? I mean, I literally just started, so it's not that long. I am on Ted NGR's, and then there is Let Go My Ego, and then there is Admin Wonder. So you'd only be like 3 people in. 3 or 4. What the dog doing delivering important messages? It seems so. It seems so. But also, I thank you for the $20 tip as well. That is more money than you need to pay.
Cute. Do better.
You come in after me if you want. I'm glad you're giving him permission, question mark. You aren't the one that controls that, but sure. Don't tell me how much to pay. Please. I can't sleep? Well, I will gladly keep you company then. While you try to get to sleep at some point. I tend to have a very cozy vibe, so I have a feeling you will probably conk out shortly. General reading once again. Okay. Feels good. All right. Let's check this first card. Reverse Ace of Wands. Getting a lot of wand cards already. Fall, ruin, to perish. Things haven't been looking so great this year, have they? We're starting off on kind of a weird foot this year, aren't we? Vibes have been a little bit on the negative side, it seems. Perhaps you started out at like a better position, but it's kind of been steadily going down. It doesn't necessarily have to mean a drastic fall, but it kind of feels like things are trending downwards. We're heading down the hill, as it were. Overall, the vibe is not very good. To perish could also imply that something like ended or perhaps was terminated for XYZ reason. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from this card right now. So like things have been ending maybe when you didn't think that they were going to, or they necessarily weren't supposed to. Things like that seems kind of like a downward trend. Yes, yes, sir. As for going into now, we have Upright Hierophant, Major Arcana. Good to see, good to see. So Upright Hierophant, which is, captivity, servitude, mercy, and goodness, inspiration. And it could also be referring to, a specific person, that you have, like, Alright, hold on. I have to actually look up this word to make sure I'm getting it right. For once, I'm facing a word that I don't necessarily know the definition to offhand. One moment. Okay, someone that you rely on, this could be referring to, it says specifically a man again. It's specifically like a man again. But it seems, that person could also be having an impact on your present. Maybe you've been, like, confiding in someone that you, like, often seek advice from. Just could be someone you see as, like, a mentor. Or, like, a specific, like, maybe a teacher or, like, a male family member or something like that. But they could also be having an important impact and presence within the current time frame. But I'm mostly seeing, like, inspiration tends to stick out to me here. Perhaps mercy as well. I think you're trying to seek, like, mercy and forgiveness for yourself for allowing things to turn out as things have. Like, obviously, I don't want to imply that it was your fault, but I think you are trying to seek forgiveness for what you have experienced, and you're kind of hoping that the world will grant you mercy as well. You're kind of hoping for, like, a little bit of tenderness and understanding. It's one of those situations where you're just, Lord, please give me a dub.
Aw, you tried your best. Sadly, that's still not enough. Maybe next time, though.
Thank you for the $69 tip. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'll read the message shortly. I'm in the middle of this reading. But that's kind of the vibe that I am getting. Like maybe you're trying to also seek that sort of, like, mercy from your sibling as well, since you mentioned that you talk to your brother a lot. And then as for the third card, representation of the future, we have Upright 8 of Cups. Sorry, couldn't read Roman numerals for a second.
Hello, Miss Rizuri.
Hi. Hope you're doing good. Let's see. Anyway, you want cups in this situation. Cups is usually a sign of good things. You want cups here. Trust me, you want cups. Let's see. Do 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 do. Hope you're doing good too. I am, thank you. Yeah, so giving joy, mildness, honor, and modesty. That's good. So it seems to me that after seeking this, like, sense of mercy from, like, the world at large and, like, getting that sort of, relief from being able to, confide in your brother, it seems like things are going to turn up for you. So, like, you're probably going to be... It seems as if you're specifically going to be giving your joy to others. The imagery for the Eight of Cups within my particular deck shows the querent, or like the main character, so to speak, walking away from the cups. And I think that's to imply that you are giving yourself and like your happiness and like giving good things to others. And you are going to receive a return from that. I think the answer to how things have been going so far is to continue to give yourself out as much as you can to others, like give joy, you know, be sure to like present yourself with like honor, have like a more mild manner. If you're like generally a good person and you're offering those good vibes out to others, it seems that that will return back to you kind of in spades, and you'll get some good returns based on that. Cups are pretty much always a sign of like wealth and good things coming, because it's usually a sense of like your material goods, like your fortune, your wealth, things that you have. So when you get cups, especially during a more negative reading, it's usually a sign that it's like things are gonna suck, but they're gonna get better because your cups will be filled. That seems to be what this reading is saying. Despite things being kind of tough at this beginning part of the year, it seems as long as you are kind, it should work out. I can't tease Yuno if people are sleeping. The death threats break up the sleep urge. That's crazy. Crazy thing to say to me. Oh, good night. See, I told you it wouldn't take that long before you went to sleep. I'd be saying this. A very cup half filled sort of perspective. Yeah. But I think the idea is more like if you want good things, you kind of have to be the one to put goodness out into the world first. Which does tend to be a common occurrence, so to speak. Okay. Next is Let Go My Ego. Time for a general life outlook reading. I am also buying for Kaya Nishikino. Is she even still here? I saw her talking in pre-chat. But I don't know if she's still here. You know what this means? If she has a better fortune, I'm switching to it. Ha ha ha. We'll see. Be kind first, huh? We are cooked. Well, luckily, this reading isn't necessarily aimed at you now, is it? This isn't just a reading for all Dabadachi. This is aimed at a specific person. So if you're really that concerned, be happy that the reading is not aimed at you. You can be as rude as you want. If you insist. Winky face. Well, I'll do your reading first. I might have to message Kaya and see if she still has a question she wants to ask. But I'll do your reading first, and then I'll ping her afterwards. One brain cell isn't one heart cell, I suppose. Yes. We can revel in being evil. So you guys admit that you're evil. The amount of times I call you evil and you're just like, no, we're nothing but nice. But now you're willing to be evil? Fucked up, I think. Sick and twisted, I think. Maybe you hate me. Twiddles thumbs. I fully admit to being evil and won't deny it. Yeah, I know you will. Who's evil? Don't know her? Ambiguously not good. Ambiguously. The ambiguity makes it clear.
Cute. Do better.
Thank you, thank you. You have been added to the queue. I will get to your message shortly. Okay. Another general reading. That's fair. I feel like going into spring, there aren't as many, like, immediate concerns on people's minds. As opposed to when I did this in January and everybody was just like, please, please let this year give me a dub. I feel like at this point, everyone's just like, I don't know. Is something good gonna happen to me? Please? I hope so. Okay. Boop. 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 Alright, Mr. Let Go My Ego. Your first card is... Upright Three of Wands. What was your reading, Yuno? My reading for myself? I think it said that my beginning of the year was going to be kind of oofies. But I was eventually going to maybe catch a dub. I don't really remember. I tend to not read for myself because I find that that affects how the cards read for others. Putting too much of my own energy into them kind of clouds it. Okay, so Three of Wands. Established strength. Discovery. Basically like a good sign of business. Like, a lot of these elements are talking about how, like, your own personal, like, stock and, like, your kind of inventory, your, like, overall, like, things that you have. Like, things are going to be going well for you in terms of, like, business, career, perhaps academia, whatever the equivalent is for you right now. Things are going really well, like, job-wise, job education-wise. Like, it's basically saying you have 3, like, solid... packed ships. Like, in this case, the wands kind of represent, like, the different, like, quote-unquote ships that, like, have all of, like, your career-based inventory and, like, your educational background. Like, you've basically been building yourself up really well. So things are looking pretty good. Work and business-wise for you at the moment. Things are strong. You're feeling pretty good. Like, you've got things set.
Yep. Your soul will do.
Astra, thank you for the 4-month resub. Thank you. As for present, we have Upright Two of Swords. We've got the swords here. Upright Two, which is... courage, friendship, affection, and intimacy. I think your bonds are really going to strengthen. At the start of the year, you were, like, really strong in terms of, like, your career and educational foundation. It seems that in this current part of the year, a lot of your bonds with people are going to strengthen. Whether this specifically means, like, familial or, like, platonic or maybe even romantic is hard to say. It just seems like overall, a lot of your bonds with others are really going to be strengthening in the next couple of months. Or maybe that it's just telling you that's where you need to focus your energy next. Like, things are already looking good in terms of career and also in education and, like, all of that stuff. And now you can turn your attention to the more, like, personal life side of things. Outlook is looking pretty good. Your year seems to be one that's going to go rather well. And then for your future card... Well, let's go while it lasted. Upright Tower. Upright Tower. Okay. So... misery, ruin, adversity, calamity. Outlook's not so good. This particular imagery of the tower shows the tower being utterly destroyed by, like, natural elements. So, like, storms specifically the tower's getting struck by lightning and the top's getting blown off. But there's like storms, there's like creatures kind of like pounding at it. It seems that the foundations that you are building are quite likely going to crumble near the end of the year, or like kind of like looking towards the future. There seems to be some sort of bad omen coming. A lot of the negative terminology that's also listed regarding the tower tends to also involve the same to a degree with like relationship stuff, because it mentions things like disgrace and deception. So my advice would be to be careful, like as you're starting to nurture your bonds at this point in time. I would suggest kind of being like a little bit cautious of like who you choose to invest that time into. I would kind of try to like keep your head on a swivel, so to speak. Just like try to stay aware of everything. Don't like look away from something for too long, I guess. Try to make sure you keep it all in place, or that you stay aware of it. I think as long as you stay aware, it should be okay. All right. One moment. I have to ping Kaya to see if she's available for a reading. So I am a Persona protagonist. I shall get all of the bonds. Thank you for the reading, of course. That's a good way to look at it. Mind those confidant bonds. Alright, she is busy at the moment, Miss Baya. She said she'll be back at like 9:40-ish, so I guess I will come back around to her when she shows up. I told her that she gets the reading whenever, so whenever she appears, I will answer her question. I might forget. Also, she says, "Thank you, bitch," and specifically asks that I include that she's calling you a bitch. So thank you for paying for her reading. Okay, next is Admin Wonder, if you're still here. I could use a fortune for my general well-being. I feel kind of burnt. Kind of burnt? That's not good. Hi! Good, glad you're still here. Okay. Then after Admin Wonder, it will be Nathan, and then Hakuro, and then that Matt. And then I will be caught up. Yay! We're doing good. At this point, I will hopefully have more than enough to nab Pokopia. Rat grabbing it, downloading it tonight. Need the Pokemon game. I've been trying to avoid Twitter because I don't want spoilers. I've seen a handful of crumbs, and I've just been like, no, go away. I don't want to see it. But I'm excited to have another game to play. Speaking of games on the Switch too, though, I managed to get my 3rd star on the Animal Crossing island, so I believe as of tomorrow, I will be able to start terraforming the island. I gotta start doing some girl math and figuring out what to do for my layout. But we might get another Animal Crossing stream soon where I sit and do all of my island reconstruction and my restructuring to fit the vibe that I want to go for. Gotta do some thinking about that. I'm not a very good, like, visual planner type. I've been watching Hitomi plan hers, and she keeps doing an amazing job, and I'm just sitting here like, how do I do that? But then how do I do that? It looks so fun so far. Makes me want to get a Switch too. I've been seeing so many people say that they're getting a Switch 2 just to play Pokopia, which I hope the game is worth it for them, because that's a lot of money to drop on a console for a singular game. But I'm not one to talk. If it wasn't for the fact that I already got a Switch 2 as a gift from a Damadachi, I probably wouldn't be trying to get a Switch 2 until Wind and Waves, which would be 2027. Because that would probably be the only thing that would make me want to get a new console. It's just so expensive. For me, it's this in the new Fire Emblem game they're selling me, on top of some games my friend got. Oh, right! I forgot the new Fire Emblem game is also going to come out for the Switch, too. Wonder if that's going to be any good. We're probably going to get another bit of information on that in summer, right? Unless we somehow end up getting another Nintendo Direct before then. Planning to get one eventually, but gonna let some games come out and hopefully a decent sale in a year. Hopefully. One can only dream, right? It'd be nice if there was a decent sale. Okay. I think we are good now. Probably April, that's when the fiscal year starts. Oh, true.
Cute. Do better.
Thank you! I'll get to your message shortly. Spot made, let's freaking go. Let's go, dude. Okay. Alright, general well-being question. So for past, we have reverse 5 of cups. Reverse 5 is, News, alliances, and affinity are the words that are sticking out to me the most from this description. I think you received some news, maybe, like, a little while back. Since this is meant to represent past, you know? It could be any time that was just before this. Maybe you received some news, regarding, like, friends or, like, family or just something that you would consider, like, a relationship alliance. I think you received something, kind of negative about them. The imagery of this card shows 3 cups, like, spilled over on the floor and then 2 still standing upright. So I think it implies a sort of, like, unbalanced situation where it feels like you're losing more than you are retaining, or, like, even more than you're gaining, perhaps. So to me, that's kind of symbolizing that, like, something was lost, something of great value was lost, and it feels like you haven't really been able to make up for that loss, whatever it might have been. Which could be contributing to that feeling of being, burnt. Perhaps you have been burned by others, perhaps you've just kind of been burned in a more metaphorical sense. But it just feels like things have not been going well and you're losing more than you're able to hold on to. As for present, we have upright 9 of swords. Upright 9 of swords, which is... failure, disappointment, and despair. So current time frame. Maybe because of that loss that you experienced in the past, it is causing you to feel a lot of despair. Once again, we can go back to the fact that you specifically mentioned that you're feeling kind of burnt. I feel like this card is definitely the representation of feeling burnt. It just feels like everything is just crumbling. To harken back to the art in this card, the guy is literally sitting in bed, like crying into his hands, and the swords are hanging on the wall. So, you know, bro's going through it, it must be said. Bro's high-key going through it. And, we've got, like... failure is probably the biggest word that's, like, resonating with me here. And then also despair, I think, is a big one. I think it's something that you've been feeling, like, very heartbroken and, like, depressed over in a lot of ways. And it's kind of impacting your, like, current approach to things, to life. It's leading to quite a bit of depression, which is very sad to hear. But maybe, hopefully things will be better in the future. Reverse death. Alrighty. Reverse death, which is... usually with death, reversed, it's a sign of, like, sleep. I think it is telling you to seek rest. It can also potentially mean, like, feeling lethargic, or, like, feeling kind of like you're frozen in place and, like, you're not really capable of moving forward. But to me, I think this is just a sign that you need to rest. A lot of the things that are kind of, like, weighing down on you have been making you feel very negative, to the point of depression, to the point of, like, feeling burnt, in whatever way that seems to be manifesting. And I think overall it's telling you that you need to seek out rest, if and when you are able to. Because surely rest will be able to help. It might make you feel as if you are stuck in place, and like resting might not feel particularly productive in a lot of ways either. But you can never underestimate the value of getting more rest. It's like actually really important, and it can often help a lot. Being able to just get extra sleep could end up really providing some value in some way. It does overall seem like a lot of the vibe is not good. Like, it's the cards definitely are picking up on the fact that you're not doing well. And their biggest piece of advice just seems to be, like, sleep. Sleep is the answer. Do your best to rest and recover. I hope you're able to get the chance to. Yeah, I think the cards sense that as well, because one of the other meanings of reverse death is, like, feeling petrified, like you're kind of stuck. Or, like, you're scared, really, to kind of, like, do anything. Deer in headlights sort of thing. That's a very understandable feeling. I get like that a lot. The amount of times where I'll tell myself I'm going to bed, but then the minute I'm in bed, I'm laying there horrified that I'm like wasting time and that I should be doing more. I definitely get it. But as much as you are able to, getting some actual rest will hopefully be able to help you move past this rut that you're in. Because otherwise you could end up actually stuck in this situation, and I think that that would just make things worse. I hope that that could offer some help or guidance, at least a little bit. I do think the cards definitely caught on to the fact that you're going through it, though, which I'm sorry to hear about. I hope that things get better. Only so much I can do from my side of the screen, but you do deserve to rest. Kinda needed to hear this. Glad to help. Glad to help. Yesu, yesu. Okay. Next is Nathan for another general reading. It says general train. Yeah. Which I'm guessing means you want another general reading. Got it, got it. I will shuffle. I'm I need to find one of those freaking Chrome plugins that gets rid of all of the AI results when I search things. Because I looked on Google for the definition of recourse a couple readings back. And, like, even when I was clicking on something that was, like, the third or fourth link down, it was still trying to give me an AI synopsis of it. And I was like, shut up. I don't care what the AI has to say about this word. I want a definition from a real source. Give me it from the source. Give me an actual dictionary definition. I don't need your M-filled list of 3-ass definition. I'm getting so sick of it. Maybe we deadass have to go back to Bing. Although I wouldn't be surprised if everything starts using AI at some point or another. No browser is safe. Okay. Alright, Nathan, are you still here? I'm almost done shuffling, so I need to make sure you're here for this. Get summoned, sorta? Okay. Close enough. Okay. Also, good news. Not this time, but probably the next time I do tarot readings. I'm going to try using one of those, on-stream assets that I can actually put the cards on screen. Since, as we know, I don't really do hand cams, and I never will. So I know you guys just kind of have to take my word for it when I pull certain cards. I promise you I legitimately am. I wouldn't lie. There's no reason for me to make shit up like this. But in order to, like, fully prove the point, I'm probably going to pivot to using a digital deck the next time I do my tarot readings. So that way you guys can actually see the cards and stuff. I think there's also a way with the asset that I've chosen to save up for, that will, like, let me just input the cards that I pulled, and then it'll just show up that way. So I guess I technically could still pull from my deck and then just show it on screen using the digital asset, but I'm not really sure yet. The documentation was, like, crazy. So I don't really know what all it's capable of yet, but probably next time I do this, we'll actually have a way for you to see the cards better, instead of just having to listen to me ramble about them. I hope you will look forward to that. What's this? A donate and sub to Yuno Hanaki card? Just trust me, bro. It's what I got. Yeah, bro. That's an actual card in the tarot deck, I swear. It's right there. Anyway, okay, so for Nathan's reading, past is upright 6 of swords. Swords are back here. Journey by water, route, way, expedient. So I guess the best way to understand this as like not so much literally a journey through water, because obviously I don't know if you'll be going on a boat anytime soon or if you've been on a boat recently. I think it's less literal than that. I feel like it's less literal. Perhaps it feels like you've been like wading through like stormy waters, or just kind of like making your way through a very difficult sea. In a more metaphorical sense, in that like you've just been like pushing through as best as you can. In this specific example, it's like a ferryman taking like a disparaged person across the water. Which to me kind of reads, I feel like the vibe I'm getting is that you are more so the ferryman rather than the person being ferried. I think you've been trying to push through this metaphorical body of water for a while now. I think you've been trying to make progress, and it's been steady, but it's also been rather slow. And you know, the thing about water is that it can also get kind of turbulent, so maybe there have been some times of like stormy seas and like other more difficult vibes within the water as well. Expedience to me also makes me think that there have been times where you've been able to travel a little bit more quickly through it. Like you've been making more progress, but there are also times where you just get hard stuck.
Yep, your soul will do.
And I feel like getting hard stuck is kind of the more impactful part in some ways. It feels like you're more likely to remember the parts where you're hard stuck, rather than the times where you're actually able to make decent progress. Also, Ruto, thank you for the 5-month resub. Thank you, thank you. Well, Hanaki to you as well. For present, we have upright 4 of wands. So we're pivoting to the wands now. Upright 4. Harmony, prosperity, peace. It shows 2 beautiful women, beautiful, gorgeous women, standing in front of like a nice, big manor in like the countryside, kind of like in farmland. So that's why the actual like interpretation is just like focused on like the vibes of like living peacefully on a farm, country life in particular. So I think after you complete whatever this particular journey is, women, so true. I think once you complete whatever this particular journey is, where you're like wading through this metaphorical water on your boat, metaphorical boat, I think you're going to actually like reach a state of like peace and like satisfaction. Like you're going to end up living like a pretty simple but like good, honest life. It's gonna feel pretty harmonious. Perhaps you'll be able to share it with another person, which could be why there's 2 people in the card. Who's to say? But it seems like you are making good progress towards like what is going to be a comfortable and like peaceful, enjoyable destination. Then your 3rd card, Reverse Moon. You take the moon and you take the moon. Reverse Moon. I'm getting silence the strongest out of the words that are featured here. Silence, and then I think also to an extent error. I think that while the life that you're making your way towards is peaceful, I think it's also going to be very quiet. Perhaps in like the solitude sense. Like I think that even though you have like reached what feels comfortable and seems kind of idyllic to other people, I think you're going to kind of realize that it's a very quiet and like solitary sort of existence at the same time. Perhaps there's just going to be something that like quiets down in a way that like has a noticeable absence or like a noticeable effect on you. I don't know what this could potentially look like. I don't know what it is you are seeking in life in general, but I think you're going to feel the weight of whatever ends up missing in the course of going on this journey and like reaching that spot. I think you will still be happy, but I also think that there's just going to be a noticeable quiet in the absence of that thing. And it might weigh on you a little bit as you go about this new life. Is this anything? I don't know. That's what the cards are telling me, at least. Thank you kindly. Yeah, no, it's two beautiful women, and they were, like, staring at each other lovingly in front of this country mansion. I must say, I am willing to take whatever silence comes from the absence of whatever the hell, if it means that there are two pretty women there. I'll take it. Yeah, of course. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right. Next up, I believe is Hakudo, right? Yes. Hakudo with the crazy $69 tip. Haha, nice. Ask for when, where I can meet my girlfriend. Okay, so love reading. I can't be as specific as like a specific when and a specific where, but I can give you the general vibe and like circumstances perhaps around the meeting. I can't be very specific like you will meet her at a Wendy's at 2 a.m. I can't do it like that necessarily, but I can tell you other like more circumstantial things. Do they even have Wendy's where you are? I don't know. This is just a example anyway. Hypothetical. Hypothetically speaking. Shuffling is so hard. The one perk of being able to switch to that digital deck once I get my hands on it will be that I don't have to stress out about being bad at shuffling cards anymore. Because, God, does this suck? Help. I can practically hear Onimama laughing at me from the frickin' afterlife. She always used to make fun of me for being bad at shuffling cards. Because we used to play card games together a lot, and she'd be like, I literally cannot let you shuffle. You'll meet her behind the Waffle House at 2 a.m.? Oh, okay. We got a real fortune teller over here. What you even need me for, huh? What am I even here for? What the hecky? All right. I love reading. Okay. So past regarding relationships. Reverse Queen of Wands. Reverse Queen is... Obliging and serviceable. I think you are the kind of person who, in your previous relationships, you would try to kind of, like, service your partner. In the sense that, like, you would try your best to do things for them. Like, whether it be, insisting that you pay during, like, dates or, like, paying for meals together. Maybe you would try to, like, give them more gifts. Maybe you would try to do favors, like, around... like do favors for them, like help with like errands, things like that. It's not so much like being completely subservient, but it was more just like that was how you chose to express affection towards them. Feels like there was a big emphasis on like doing things for them. And like obliging also, which means like you're kind of willing to accept whatever they ask of you. Maybe not always, but
Cute. Do better.
it seems that it happened a lot. I'm kind of getting that sort of sense. Because this card usually means like a very magnetic sort of situation. I feel like a lot of people tend to be drawn to you because you are willing to do things for them, and because you're willing to oblige, even occasionally more selfish requests and indulgences for people. That's the kind of vibe I'm getting here. For present, we have Reverse Knight of Wands. So we went from Queen to Knight, which is interesting. Reverse Knight, Rupture, Division, Interruption. So I think that, like, currently, in terms of your, like, romantic life, romantic endeavors, things like that, perhaps you feel like life has kind of been getting in the way. Maybe things have been kind of, like, diverting your attention from potential romantic partnerships. It could be something as, like, dramatic as you have a wandering eye and you can't really stay committed to one person that you're seeing. Or it could just be something like school or work or, like, hobbies, whatever. Like, other things that you're doing in life seem to be pulling you away from finding a more genuine connection with somebody. I think that seems to be coming up quite a bit. Like, particularly, like, division and interruption are the words that are sticking out to me. Not so much rupture. I just think, like, the minute you think that you might have found someone, you end up getting yourself distracted. Or maybe you allow yourself to be distracted by somebody else, and you, like, kind of let yourself get pulled away from anything before it can get too serious. As for future, Hanged Man. Wisdom, trials, intuition. So I think that after kind of going through these experiences of, like, struggling to really lock in, so to speak, I think that after you struggle for a little bit to really focus on one specific person and, like, truly hone in on them because you know that they are the kind of person that you want, that's kind of what the trial is. It's kind of like telling you to not be so distracted by others. And then once you allow yourself to no longer be so distracted, I mean, and you kind of make those judgments more, I think it will allow you to actually find the person that you're looking for. I think it's basically telling you that if you really want to, like, meet a girl, which is the specifics of your question, I think you need to really lock in, and if you find someone that you're interested in, you gotta let yourself really commit to trying to, like, get to know her and, like, form a strong, like, foundation of a relationship with her, and not let those outside distractions kind of pull you away from it. I know that can be tempting. A lot of times when it comes to relationships, people are often told, it can sometimes be bad to, like, give up too much of yourself in order to pursue someone, but, like, I personally don't think there's anything wrong with putting the things that you enjoy and, like, stuff like that kind of a bit more on pause in order to pursue a relationship, and then you can slowly kind of integrate more of your life into the other person's, and then you can see if you connect from there. Because something a lot of people forget about when it comes to that whole don't give too much of yourself up in order to be with someone is that, like, in the end, long-term relationships do have to be, like, a harmonious, like, blend of two people's lives. Two people that have very, like, fulfilling, independent lives without each other have to figure out how to make those two lives intersect. And I think you run into the risk of either going all in on, like, those other aspects of your life or going all in on a girl. But there kind of has to be a bit more of a balance there. I think if you can find that balance, which is in itself a great trial to overcome, you'll be able to gain the perception and, like, the understanding of, like, the kind of girls that would be able to keep up with that kind of lifestyle with you. And hopefully you will find the one, should that be what you are looking for. hope that was helpful. Yippee! Okay, next is... that Matt. How will my move across the country, aka road trip adventure, go in a few months? Oh wow, congratulations on moving across the country. Big moves. I'll do my best to figure out an answer to that question. After that, Matt, for those of you that might have forgotten, next is... Tuki. And then, Admin Wonder again is after that. Yippee! Whoopee! I will try it. Good! I hope that it goes well. May everyone who is looking for one find a woman. May you all find women. Or partners. I don't want to choose who you're after. But I do wish that everybody's love lives go well. Invite me to the wedding virtually. Heh. I'm constantly dressed up after all. Like, do you see how pretty I am? I would fit in perfectly at the wedding, trust. Trying to finagle her way into the chair? No! I don't want to see what the couple gets up to after the wedding. I just want to see the wedding. I don't give a frick what y'all get up to afterwards. I just think weddings are cool. I haven't gotten to go to a wedding in my adult life. Mostly because nobody my age is getting married. Being 224 is hard these days. But nobody I know has really been getting married. Never been invited to a wedding. I guess specifically I've never been invited to like a friend wedding. We did actually get a wedding invite, me and Onimama, for like a family member's wedding, but it was way too difficult to like transport Onimama at the time. So couldn't go. Technically speaking, I probably could have gone by myself, like with other family members to the wedding, but I think that would have made Onimama feel bad, so I didn't go. Which is probably kind of... I don't know if it's rude, but like... I feel like they should know it would be difficult. You have to exhume some graves just so you can wed some skeletons. Me taking out the skeletons of a married couple to make them renew their vows. Just so I can be there for the like ceremony. And I could be like, yay! They're married again. Didn't want her to feel unwanted or left out. Yeah. Unfortunately, that was a big thing for Onimama. After she became handicapped, like, it just became a lot harder for her to go to events and stuff. And family members who used to, like, help with, transportation and stuff, they eventually changed vehicles and got vehicles that were no longer, wheelchair-friendly. So, we just didn't really have a way to transport her anywhere. Because nobody had a vehicle that worked for that. There was actually a big family reunion that she had really wanted to go to, but she ended up not being able to do it because the vehicle that my aunt came to pick her up in just wasn't... It was, like, too tall, like, above the ground, so it was really difficult for her to, like, climb into it and get seated. So it was too dangerous. Even if she had managed to get up there, it would have been very difficult to get her back down. So she ended up not going, and it really crushed her. This is gonna sound kind of morbid, but it kind of seemed like she knew even then that that was probably going to be her last chance to get to see all of the family. And Onimama was always a very big family person. She loved going to, like, family holiday celebrations. She liked hosting some holiday stuff. She really cared about family gatherings, so not being able to see a lot of those family members for that last gathering probably really hurt. Such is life, though, I suppose. All of this to say, more things should be wheelchair accessible. I think there were also some concerns that the actual venue for the family reunion was not going to be very wheelchair accessible. So even if she had somehow managed to get past the hurdle of getting into the car and then being able to get out of the car...
Cute.
It was like...
Do better.
A lot. Oh, Hitomi! Thank you for the tip.
Cute. Do better.
And KJ, thank you for the tip. I'll get to your readings in a moment. Thank you, thank you. Wheelchair accessibility can be surprisingly bad at a lot of places. For real! Like, you really don't realize how bad it is until you're with somebody that's in a wheelchair. At first, when Onimama tried to, like, go out still and, like, tried to still have a bit of a life not long after what she went through, it became very disheartening just because of how many times places were just not wheelchair accessible. And it was also quite difficult for us to be able to, like, move her around and get her in and out of cars and stuff. She still had her own car for a little bit, but because she lost her job, she no longer had the money for the car payment, so the car had to get taken. Among other things. But her car had been fairly wheelchair accessible because it was a small car. It's so sad because most of the time it wouldn't be hard. Just put a ramp there, an automatic door there, yet no one really cares. It's because people just don't think about it. You really don't think about it until you're in the situation itself, I think. Until you know someone who is in the wheelchair, or, like, you know someone who needs that sort of, like, accessibility option, you just do not really, like, register how important it can really be for someone, I think. Because I know I admittedly didn't. But then I had to watch Onimama struggle with, like, such basic things that we had taken for granted before, and I was like, man, this really is an inaccessible place, huh? We got ADA audited last year at work. It didn't go well. Did they try to fix it? Are they going to try to fix it? I hope so. I only dealt with it for when my mom broke her ankle. I still remember how traumatic it was for her to go down 2 flights of stairs with a cast. It's scary, yeah. When Onimama was first recovering, I think I've said specifically what she went through before. She had to have her leg amputated. Before she could come home, we were discussing how our house, I've mentioned this before, the box has a singular, like, very tall flight of stairs, which leads up to where everything else in the box is, basically. And she had to go through very extensive, like, very, like, hyper-specific physical therapy and training to be able to develop a way for her to go up the stairs, because it's 13 steps. You don't realize how many steps 13 steps is until you have to train somebody to be able to get themselves up them. And also back down them. Because at this time, she also wasn't, like, on a disability plan that would have allowed her to get something more accessible, like a chairlift or anything like that. We didn't end up getting a chairlift until like 1 to 2 years before she passed. Which means she was dealing with just the stairs and having to like... We had like a seat that you normally use for like accessibility in the bathroom that we would have to put on each individual step, and she would have to sit on it, raise herself up by holding onto a rail, and then another person would have to lift the seat to the next step up and then put it down so that she could sit down again, because she could not hold herself up to like, you know, go up the steps. She only had the one leg. And it was a very rough situation. Like, the physical therapy team she was working with had to specifically, like, plan that out for her, because there would have been no other way for her to go up the stairs and, like, get to the bedroom, get to the bathroom, get to the kitchen. She would have just been stranded in the basement of our box. Which would have been dangerous at the time, because I was still going to school out of the city. I was going to a different part of Onigashima for schooling most of the year. I was only there really for like winter breaks and summers. So she would have been like alone the rest of that time and wouldn't have had anybody to help her. So it was very scary. Once she got up there, she basically stayed up there for like the majority of her time. I think she would only go down if there was somebody there who could help get her down for like an appointment or something. Anyway. Need more accessible places in general. Sorry to talk about such a downer subject. Bummer, dude. Okay. Let's do this road trip reading. We down, but not forever. True. Alright. So the first card for that Matt's reading about this road trip is Upright Strength. Seems pretty optimistic to me. Yeah, energy, action, and courage. I think you're going to have a really good job, or like easy time, like packing your vehicle. So you specifically said that it was like a kind of road trip adventure. I think you're going to do a really good job packing. I think you're going to find it's pretty easy to load everything up. And I think the actual trip is going to feel kind of like a breeze once you like actually start going. You're going to have the strength to get through it. At the very least, the beginning leg is probably going to go quite strong. All of the preparation you put in is going to do you well, should you prepare and like build up your power. But then once you actually start it, you're gonna have like a very solid start, solid foundation. Oh wow, another major arcana. The second card is Upright Magician. Skill, self-confidence. This also just represents you, because you are a guy. Magician tends to represent the querent if they are male. So this is meant to represent you. You're going to have the self-confidence and the will to get through it. I don't know what else to tell you. This seems pretty good. I think you as the driver, assuming you are doing most of the driving yourself, I think you're going to have a pretty solid sense of direction. I think you're going to kind of know your own limits when it comes to, like, stopping to, like, rest at a rest stop or to, like, pick up food or whatever. I think you're going to be able to time, like, your breaks and stuff really well to, like, keep your energy up. So that seems good, too. And then... last card. Upright Seven of Swords. Upright Seven. Attempt, wish, hope, and confidence. But it could also mean a plan that may fail. Which to me, I think that mostly just means that near the end there might be some issues. Which makes sense. It's probably going to be a long trip. I imagine near the tail end of that long trip that you might run into more snags. But I think the majority of the trip is going to go rather well. Plan that may fail. I think if you try to have too much of a plan ahead of time, you might have to be ready for the fact that some things might not go according to plan. Which is just kind of how it be with, like, long trips. You might not be able to fully account for things like weather. You might not be able to fully account for things like issues with the vehicle or something. I don't know. It could be something minor. It could be something major. But I think most of the problems, should you encounter any, are going to be closer to the end of the trip. Maybe when you're, like, actually closer to the destination. But I think that it's not going to be too bad, because I'm also getting these elements of, like, hope and confidence. I think even if it may fail, there's kind of an emphasis on the may. I think that you have the, especially with the other two cards being so positive, I think you have the strength and the, like, skill set for when you go on this trip, that you'll be able to handle it. Even if the plan goes awry, I think you will be good. I know you're doing it for the sake of moving, but I'm kind of envious of you getting to go on a road trip like that. I think road trips are really fun. You know, as someone who can't drive, I guess it's just the passenger princess POV, but I think that road trips are fun. I've gone on road trips before with my family, and I've always enjoyed it a lot. I hope you are able to have an enjoyable trip too. All right. Next. Sorry if it takes me a second. I have to be really precise with my scroll bar because it's still broken. And I end up scrolling past what I need to a lot of the time. Alright, next is Tuki's. Hello again, cute purple woman. That's me, that's my full name. From the last reading, some ups and downs, but I'm slowly putting together my project. Spring is here, so it begins. How will the beginning of my research go? Thanks for hearing about the same thing for 2 years. No problem, no problem. It is an all-encompassing thing, after all. Long-term research project, I get it. Okay. Specifically the beginning of the research. I hope it goes well. Whatever the cards say. I hope whatever they end up saying, that it goes well for you. Humu. Then I wait for your summer reading. Yes, sir. Sticking to keeping it seasonal is probably the move. I appreciate the patience. I say seasonal, but it's more so like just doing it bi-monthly. So the next time that I do it will be May? May or June. Depends on how busy May is, I guess. B-Day month for May? Probably May if I stick to strictly bi-monthly. That will also be Hitomi's birthday month. Manifesting. Slides $20. Don't worry, it'll probably end up being in May for sure. Then the next one would be July. I think that could end up working. Methinks. Then we celebrate 2 birthdays, even better. Even better! Just killed 1 centipede and 2 spiders. I am going to cry. Oh, goodness. You are stronger and braver than me. I can handle squishing spiders if I have to at this point, but centipedes? I'd flip out. But I'm proud of you. You are strong and brave. Should have let them fight it out. I audibly gasped and slapped it with my slipper. Yeah, that's fair. I have a treaty with the spiders, so I squish the Senademons. You know what? That's fair. My treaty with the spiders only lasts until they crawl into my space. If I see them crawling on the wall behind my monitors, or God forbid, this one time this legitimately happened, one was on a spider web and it dangled itself right in front of my face. The minute they decide to do that shit, I'm sorry, the treaty is off. I have to squish. I will let most bugs, if they are not harmful, hang out. Because I know that they'll kill the bugs that annoy me. But like, the minute you're in my space, like the minute you're around my desk, it's Jover. I will destroy you. It is on sight. I am the guard of my space. Centipede, a creation of Satan, be gone, foul demon. That's very fair. I luckily, I mean, knock on wood a bunch because we're approaching the bug season. I luckily have not seen a centipede in my box in a very long time, so I think I am safe. The size of 2 thumbs? Bro, I'd throw up. It was so fast. No! Gross! I'd cry. We have a truce as long as you stay off my desk and out of my bed. Correct. Me too. Also, if you try to catch me while I'm in the shower, I am afraid I am too naked and vulnerable. I will kill you. I would faint or run away screaming like a little bitch when I see a spider. That's very fair. I tend to freeze when I see spiders sometimes. I used to like freeze up when I saw a spider, and then I would have to like go find Onimama and be like, there's a spider in there. And she'd be like, well, get the vacuum and suck it up. And I'd be like, but there's a spider in there. We both ended up being quite afraid of spiders. Ew! The legs are still twitching? Ew! No, that's fucked up, I'm afraid. Next episode of Naked and Afraid. Literally me! I can't. I was literally called in my last job to pick up a spider with my hand. Oh my gosh. So you're one of the strong people that can just pick them up? You're chill like that? I'm not chill like that. Am I reading? Yes, I'm in the middle of doing Tuki's reading. I started shuffling for it before you joined. But I will take your reading afterwards. I had a centipede climb up my leg and I almost swatted it with my bare hand thinking it's a mosquito. Stop. My worst fucking sensation ever on the planet is whenever I think too much about bugs and I start feeling that phantom crawling sensation on my body. I hate it. The more I talk about bugs, the more I start thinking that there are bugs crawling on me. I hate it. I hate that psychological phenomenon so much. Ugh. The amount of times that I will feel something kind of like itchy or like something kind of tickling my leg and I immediately think it's a bug and I freak the fuck out is awful. Please no, it's making me itchy. I know! I hate the phantom itching. It's so squicky. Evil. Bugs added to Oni weakness. I don't mind bugs as long as they're not near me. I think that like, bugs are important. Like, they're an important part of the ecosystem and everything. I just don't want them to touch me. When you read out the centipede message, I literally screamed. Yeah, I can hear it in your voice, too. I can hear the... How do bugs get in? Can I just, like, cover every single hole? It kind of depends on the bug. They usually can, like, crawl under foundation into houses, right? Like, usually basements are kind of where they enter. So if the place that you're staying has a basement, that could be quite likely. Also windows. Yeah, drains also. Drains can spawn them. I am living in the basement. I am sorry to tell you, you might be stuck having to deal with centipedes and spiders quite a bit. Hopefully mostly just spiders, though. I feel like centipedes are a bit of a rarer spawn. As an entomologist, I agree. All is fair till they come in here. It's always until they encroach upon my territory. I'm just like, you can't... You can exist as long as you're not near me. But the minute you try to be near me, I put up my fist. What you're saying is I counted as shiny? Was it a rare color? If so, then yes. Living in the basement probably also means earthworms. At least worms are cute. I think worms are cute. They're just little guys. They just kind of wiggle. I used to be okay with holding worms in my hands. They tend to crawl along the floor/walls, so if Kaya puts sticky tape here and there, she'll trap some. Oh, like trap the centipedes? There's your advice from someone who studies bug. Schrödinger peanut. All right. Anyway, let me do Tuki's reading. First card, upright 10 of cups. Upright 10, which is... Contentment, repose of the entire heart. Also, the town, village, or country inhabited by the querent. So, as we have said, cups are good. So contentment. I think you're pretty satisfied with what you're going to be studying, or like you're satisfied with like the prep that you've done to begin your studies. I think that you're feeling like you're in a good position. I think also environmentally, the place that you're in is very like environmentally like stimulating and rich in the sense that like you're in the right place, and I think you're also like going to be doing you're going to be performing your studies at the right time too. It seems like things are being lined up to work out in that regard. Dehumidifier, spiders don't care, but every other bug does. Oh, noted. I've been meaning to get a dehumidifier anyway, now that we're getting closer to the warm seasons. I also kept my basement door closed and left to my mom's for 2 days, so maybe it's like Animal Crossing. That would be kind of funny. But I think it takes longer in Animal Crossing for bugs to spawn in. Your second card is Upright Strength, again. Which, as we established in the last reading that I did, is also a good sign. So strength is like power, energy, action, courage. So it looks like what you're going to be approaching, you're going to have the courage and the energy and the strength to be able to do it. I think this basically means that you're going to be able to tackle all of the things that are necessary for your research with enough like energy and strength to like accomplish what you need to. I hope that makes sense. It's basically saying that you are well prepared and that you will have the skills needed. Third card, reverse 2 of Pentacles. Surprisingly, the first Pentacles that has come up this entire evening. Weird that it took nearly 2 hours to get there. Pentacles just aren't really the vibe today, it seems. Reverse 2. Enforced gaiety, simulated enjoyment, handwriting, composition, letters of exchange. I think that, in particular with the Two of Pentacles, the thing that makes the most sense to me is, like, handwriting and composition. I think that, like, one of the key parts of your research is going to be taking some handwritten notes. Perhaps, like, also exchanging notes with, like, other people that are working on the same research? I don't know how else to word it, but it just kind of seems like there's going to be some importance on, like, physical writing during this research project. They want you to keep track of everything, maybe in, like, actual notebooks. Share your notes with others, pass letters around. Keep everybody abreast, but, like, specifically do it with, like, physical handwriting. I think that the handwriting is the most important part with this. I think that whatever's going on with the handwritten notes and, like, handwritten correspondence is going to be, like, really important for your research project. Yeah. Cardboard box for it. Yeah, I believe she said something about using that to, like, build a recording space, too. A breast and a thigh, please. Yeah. Not a bad reading? Not at all. The cards seem to be quite confident that you're going to do well. So it looks like things are gonna go good. At least I hope so. Hope that helped a little. Alright, Kaya. What am I doing the reading for? One step closer to beeg steak. Beeg steak! Yay! Manifesting. Can I have 2? No, they only paid for 1 reading. Damn. I know, sorry, man. It's March, where's my job? So you want a career reading? Okay, I'll see what I can do. Millipedes eat leaves, centipedes eat meat. If spiders and centipedes are coming in, something is there to eat. Oh, ew. Cardboard, not really, just stuff to hide under to stay human. They are active hunters, so they need space to run and hydrate. Ah, I see. Learning so much about bogues. I don't have meat. I mean, it's not literally, like, just meat. It could also just mean, like, stuff in the trash. But you are also made of flesh. I have snot in the trash. Disgusting. I didn't ask. Not a problem to see a centipede here and there. It's only a problem if you see 10 or more, meaning there's a bigger issue. Roaches, crickets, other things feeding their growth. They eat spiders, that's the other reason I removed them. That's fair. We gotta protect the spiders that are chill and eating all of the other annoying bugs. I really need to look into a dehumidifier, I think, because I do not want to deal with too many bugs this summer if I can help it. Just 1 or 2 will keep other buggos away since they eat a lot. Fascinating. gonna grow a tarantula. I mean, you could get a pet tarantula if you really want. New moon dog just dropped, but instead now it's a moon tarantula. Kaya's gonna play Pokemon IRL. If anything, that's Animal Crossing again. Because if you catch tarantulas in Animal Crossing, you can get a lot of bells. Tarantulas are expensive. They're pricey. Bougie bugs.
Cute. Do better.
Felix, thank you for the $10 tip. I will get to yours in a bit. You have been added to the queue, though. I always get bit, so maybe not a good idea. Fair. Better to be safe than sorry. Okay. I think I've shuffled enough. Let's see what the cards have to say about your career at this point in time. Yeah, if you have a full inventory of tarantulas, when Flick comes around, he gives you like half a mil. That's because he's a freak and he loves bugs. I love that for him. Flick is me for real, for real. Except the Moni's part. Real. Oh, to be like Flick and have that much money to invest into my hobbies. Then I wouldn't have to be freaking out about having to go to Texas for Bustafellows. Still can't believe that shit, by the way. Fuck me. Anyways. Alright, career reading for Miss Kaya. First up, reverse death. So this usually means, like, rest, sleep, but also, like, petrifaction, which is the sense of, like, feeling, like, stuck in place, like, frozen, like you're incapable of moving, kind of like a deer in headlights situation, which, to me, literally means, you are stuck and you are scared. Job situation is making you feel very stuck and very scared. And I do think that that kind of fits with the vibe that I have seen. I am unemployed, yes. Well, it's not strictly about the unemployment, but it's about the fact that, like, anytime you've tried to make steps, it feels like you're stagnant and you can't really progress with anything. And it's starting to make you feel a little bit scared. Probably a lot a bit scared, all things considered. Second card. Reverse King of Cups. So Reverse King, dishonest, exaction, vice, and scandal. So dishonest, vice, and scandal are kind of the words that are sticking out the most to me with this one. I feel like maybe there have been some jobs that you have been trying to make progress with, or like things that you have been offered and it feels like they haven't been entirely honest with you, like they haven't been entirely forthcoming. Hopefully not to the point of scandal. I think scandal is kind of an extreme word, but I do think that it could mean that some of these jobs might be scams, or feeling like scams, not to accuse them of literally being a scam, because that can also be a bad thing to do. But it seems like a lot of the opportunities that have been lining up and the things you've been trying to, like, push towards are, like, kind of wasting your time and, like, just kind of making it feel like they aren't being as honest with you. Like, it feels like they're kind of doing the carrot on the stick thing, where they're like, yeah, we really like what you're doing, and we want to, like, consider you and, like, bring you forward, but then it just doesn't really feel like anything happens. But they're trying to, like, keep you on the line, so to speak, even if they aren't really planning to actually do anything, which is what can kind of make it feel like a scam. Time wasters? Yeah. Yeah, definitely time wasters. I'm getting that sense out of it. And then the third card is Upright Seven of Wands. Upright 7 is... a card of valor. Card of success. Okay, so all of this is to say that even if you are struggling with feeling stuck, and if these jobs are feeling like they're wasting your time among other things, it does seem to imply, the card is basically saying you're going to come out on top. It says that you're like able to, like, even if it feels like you're at the disadvantage. Because one of the big things about the depiction of the Seven of Wands, at least in my deck, is that it shows one person with one wand fighting against 6 people with like 6 individual wands. It's basically saying that even if you're at a huge disadvantage, you also still have the high ground. Like, you're going to be able to fight off all of the like opposition that you're facing, and you're gonna come out on top. You have the advantage. Yeah, get it. Get the job. And that's basically what it's saying. The cards seem to have faith that you're going to get something. It might be tough right now, but they are foreseeing that you're going to be the one that comes out on top in the end. So I guess hold out, keep looking, keep doing your best to push through, and something good is going to come your way. Like, it specifically says like card of valor, card of like fortune. It looks like it's saying pretty good things, yeah. Basically, your previous reading of April might be right still. I think so. I think the cards are acknowledging that it's a big struggle right now, but something huge is coming. They have a lot of faith in the future. He has the high ground. He literally does. I like your cards. They are doing their best to help. More than they have ever helped me. They're always really sassy with me when I do readings for myself. But yippee! I hope that it works out for you, Miss Kaya. Get your job. Okay. Thank you, Budo Badaki. Yeah, no problem, bro. Next is... Admin Wonder again, if you're still here. I'll keep applying again on Monday. Ganba. It's okay. Hitomi's right there with you. She has to do a lot of application stuff now as well. Okay, great. All right, as for your question... I want to go for something lighter. What are the chances of a trailer and or rollout for Kingdom Hearts 4 this year? I've been hoping for something aside from one trailer and screenshots. My goodness. Kingdom Hearts 4, huh? Okay. Hitomi, me and you, job app VC. I mean, hey. If it could keep everybody productive. I will be the unemployed friend in the corner. ASMR, your job app buddy is crying because she's just getting rejected over and over. ASMR, your unemployed friend is streaming games for you on Discord while you try to apply to jobs and cry. And she's just awkwardly like, cheer up, buddy. Twitter is really getting me these past couple days, because on my For You page, I keep getting tweets that are making fun of, like, the unemployed friend that, like, spends most of the morning sleeping and then gets up and streams games to their employed friends on Discord to keep them entertained while they're working. And I'm just like, is that me? Am I the unemployed jester? There was another one that was just like, where is the jester? I demand entertainment during my work. And the jester is like the unemployed friend having to like come online to stream games. I'm just like, why is that me? Why is that literally my role? You did actually stream IMAS to me once while I was working. I did indeed do that. I think I've done that with a couple other games too. But yes, there was a time where I streamed Idolmaster to Hitomi while she was working. She stayed muted the entire time, but just was watching my screen share. That's friendship, baby. Unemployed Jester is a crazy title. Is that not literally me, though? Unfortunately, it is accurate to me, I fear. That's the problem. But I keep getting tweets about that kind of stuff. The one that I saw today was like, your unemployed friends are so puppy-coded. Aw, you slept all day and then you saw me get online and you got so excited because we get to play games together? Yeah, that makes sense. And I was just like, man, shut up. That's literally me. Embarrassing. See, Hitomi's laughing because she knows that's true. Puppy-coded. I think Yuno is more bunny-coded. I am bunny-coded? I mean, maybe. Personally, I do think I am quite puppy-coded, but... Nah, jesters are funny. This is so fucked up. Yuno Hanaki is not funny. Yuno Hanaki sucks. You hate me so bad. Man. Can't have shit. You hate me. Okay. No need to throw tomatoes. Throwing tomatoes at the jester because she's doing a bad job. Correct. R.I.P. Bozo. You're a very enjoyable streamer. Thank you. I appreciate it, even if you had to say "Rip Bozo" out loud. All right. Are we going to get a rollout for Kingdom Hearts 4? Our first card is Upright 4 of Pentacles. Throwing pentacles, throwing tomatoes because she needs the food. Stop. I don't even like tomatoes. I won't eat them. Yada. Okay, the surety of possessions, cleaving to that which one has, gifts, legacy, inheritance. Okay, so surety of possessions, and then also gifts, legacy. Obviously, Kingdom Hearts has a huge legacy. And I suppose people have seen what little has come out for Kingdom Hearts 4 as a gift. I'm guessing this is kind of meant to represent, like, the reception to Kingdom Hearts 4's existence in general. It is seen as a blessing and a gift and a sign of a continuing legacy. Because, you know, Kingdom Hearts 4, that means it's the next, like, bigger, quote-unquote, mainline game. So to speak. Middle card. Upright Hanged Man, which we've gotten before, but as a refresher. Wisdom, discernment, sacrifice, divination, and prophecy. To me, this kind of means that, like, something's gonna have to give if you want to get more out of Kingdom Hearts 4. So perhaps something major is going to have to be given up in order for Kingdom Hearts 4 to get some sort of, like, bigger confirmation or announcement this year. Like, you'll get Kingdom Hearts 4, however, comma, blank. Like, something is going to have to kind of be given up, or, like, attention's going to have to be diverted from it in order to get Kingdom Hearts 4. I guess. So if you had something else big that you were hoping for this year, maybe that will have to get canceled or delayed before you can get more Kingdom Hearts 4. Because there's also stuff about, like, trial as well with the Hanged Man. So it could be, like, you have to deal with, like, the disappointment that might come from losing something else in order to gain the metaphorical boon that is more Kingdom Hearts 4 stuff. And then our third card is Upright Eight of Wands. Upright 8 is Great Haste, Great Hope, Speed Towards an End, which promises assured felicity. So, I mean, yeah. It looks like whatever that big sacrifice is, all of the information about Kingdom Hearts 4 is going to follow pretty swiftly after. Once that initial trial there is overcome, in some capacity, it's gonna be very quick. Like, it's gonna be like a sudden, like, much like a sudden extended trailer. Maybe it'll be a release date trailer. Maybe they'll have, like, a actual gameplay element to the trailer as well. It's gonna go from having, like, nothing to just being, like, super overwhelmed with, like, just the big thing, the big announcement. At least seems to be what the cards are saying. They have to announce the next Disney live-action movie before Kingdom Hearts 4. So true. You have to endure D23 talking about, like, so much bad live-action remake bullshit, and then at the end of D23, they're just gonna have a sudden extended trailer for Kingdom Hearts 4, and they're gonna, like, shadow drop the release date. Or something like that. The only implication seems to be that after you make that sacrifice for whatever, or you overcome that trial for whatever, it seems that the message is going to come quite swiftly. Hopefully it works out for you. I am not a Kingdom Hearts liker. Me personally. But I do wish that everybody who likes a certain IP that they get their food, you know? I want everybody to be able to get their metaphorical video game food. Oh my god, my nose is so itchy right now. Ugh.
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection.
Cool money! Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Next is Hitomi. Oh god, please. Ugh. My scrolling is so bad. Help me. There we go. Tell that to the Titanfall 3 fans. Yeah, I hope they get games. Whatever that means. Bless me with your Sakura cards and tell me if I'll ever get a career I'm passionate about. Baby, don't worry, I'm sure you will. But we will see what the cards have to say. Phases through the floor. Hey, man. Hey, man, welcome back. Like the actual blue Hitodama that she is, she phases through my floor. I just heard the Paper Mario booth sound odd. It'll happen again. Alright, a little bit more shuffling. Okay. Feels good to me. Alright, Hitomi, let's see how it goes. Alright, first card. Upright Empress. Okay, we're starting with a Major Arcana. We take those. Fruitfulness, Initiative, Action. But it can also mean things like the unknown, doubt, and ignorance. So I think that there's kind of a mixed interpretation that you could end up getting here. To me, I think that it's a mix of, like, initiative, but also doubt and ignorance. I think that while you are ready to, like, make the change, and you're, like, willing to take the initiative currently to start pursuing a different career, it kind of feels like there's still that internal sense of, like, doubt and maybe ignorance towards what exactly it is that you're looking for that's going to end up holding you back. I think this is how it's been for quite a while, especially because this card represents the past. I think that while you've had that kind of you've had that desire to take that initiative, those other things like the doubt and the overall ignorance have kind of made it difficult to, like, actually take that step forward. There have been things that have been holding you back, and they've been quite strong in the ways that they hold you back. As for present, Upright Temperance. Moderation, frugality, accommodation. So to me, this is saying, to be kind of, like, mindful. And I think you also have to make some accommodations for yourself as well as for the jobs that you're looking into. I think it's hard to articulate what exactly I mean by this, so I might ramble a little. But I think it's basically trying to say that you kind of need to look at everything from a more moderate perspective, I guess, rather than jumping to an extreme deep end of, like, making a really drastic career change. I think it's telling you to, like, think more pragmatically, more realistically with, like, the skill set that you know that you have and that you know you can market well, and to start, like, being very methodical and kind of, like, conscious of, like, what you're applying to and, like, what you're looking into for a job. I know that's kind of hard to hear, especially if you're looking for a job that you can be passionate about, but I think that there's kind of, like, a transitional phase that needs to happen here. And what it's telling you right now is to really, like, think about where your priorities lie and to really kind of understand your skill set and to understand what it would be best marketed towards. I think it's telling you not to shoot too high just yet. You can shoot a little higher, but I think it's telling you to be very aware of, like, where you're choosing to aim, like, what you're choosing to target. I think it's important to kind of have a handle on that before going too much further. And then we have upright 5 of cups. Okay, a card of loss, but something remains. 3 have been taken, but 2 are left. Card of inheritance, transmission. So I do think you are going to have to make some sacrifices in order to obtain the job that you are looking for. I mean, obviously, right? But I think specifically in the case of this, because it's 5 cups, 3 cups are knocked over, 2 are still standing. I take this to mean, and I believe I kind of implied this with the other person who got a 5 of cups. Theirs was reversed, though. But to the other person that got a 5 of cups, I basically said that there's going to be, like, an imbalance. It's going to feel like you have less, obviously, than, like, everything that you lost. Like, you're losing more than you're gaining. So perhaps the option could also be, after you kind of assess, like, where you're at, and, like, you approach everything with a more, like, moderate angle, and you're, like, more specific with the job types that you target, I think you might have to settle for something that might feel still a bit lesser. Like, it's still not quite where you want to be, but I think you have to lose more before you can start gaining again, is kind of what the cups are trying to say here. Because overall, this is, like, another, like, one of the few cards related to cups that mentions loss, but I think that the 2 things that you're going to still hold on to, or perhaps in this case, the 2 cups that you're going to gain after losing the other 3, I think they're still going to be very, like, filled cups, and I think that it's still going to be valuable to you. Because the other sad thing is that when it comes to certain jobs, especially with some of the jobs I know you want, you have to accept that it's going to be a little bit harder financially to work them. Like, it's a sacrifice you have to be willing to make, I think. You're gonna lose out on more, but you will eventually be able to start gaining again. It's just going to feel like a loss. A profound sense of loss, I think. Like, it's not gonna feel like you've gained much, but I think the 2 things that you will retain, or the 2 things you end up gaining, will still be quite valuable. But yeah, basically, I think once you are able to shed the doubt, and the ignorance surrounding what you're wanting to do, you really have to get rid of those things, I think, because that's holding you back the most. Otherwise, the Empress would be a really positive, like, representative card. And then once you lose that stuff that's holding you back, you would only have your own, like, desire to keep going forward. And that willingness to just kind of say fuck it and take the leap. I think the cards are telling you to say fuck it and take the leap, even if there's a bit of a loss, because you'd still gain something from it. Force yourself to take that scary move forward. You gotta make yourself do it. I understand. Yeah. I know you do. It is important. You gotta actually do the thing. I know it's important, and it can feel like it sucks, but you gotta do the thing. You gotta do the thing. I believe in you. Anyhow. Okay, next is KJ. KJ's not here, but I will do his reading anyway, because, he said that I could, and he'll just check the VOD. So I will do KJ's reading anyway. And then next will be T-Rex. And then I will be caught up. Yippee! Okay. I probably won't be around to hear the reading thanks to being at work. I'll check the VOD. Can I get a love reading? Time to see if anything will happen to this fossil this year. I 5! We've got another love reading on our hands, gamers. Oh heck. Oh heck, oh frick. As per traditional love reading. I've done one other love reading before this, but this is the second love reading of the evening. Yes, sir. I did actually intend to do a tarot reading stream during Valentine's, so that way it could be entirely focused on love reading, but February ended up being too busy, so I didn't. Oops. It happens. Oopsies. Oopsie doopsies. Do you want a third or a fourth? It's up to you. If you guys want readings, you can submit if you want. It's up to you. Doing the best I can to shuffle. Okay. Once again, this is a reading for Mr. KJ, who is not here. A love reading. Let's see.
Cute. Do better.
Yes, I'll get to yours after, of course. So the first card, Upright Queen of Swords. Queen of Swords is... Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. Absence, sterility, mourning, separation. Yeah, I think he would be sitting here like, ah, yep. I can practically hear it. She laughed, it ain't good. No, I'm laughing because I can hear his voice in my head responding to this. Not his literal voice, mind you. I've never heard it, but I can imagine what he would be typing right now. Anyways, so Queen of Swords unfortunately does tend to represent like female sadness specifically. Like it tends to represent like women in mourning. I think in relation to romance, if I were to interpret this regarding romance, I do think it's been pretty it's been a dry spell. I think that finding relationships has been a bit difficult recently for whatever reasons there may be. But it's definitely feeling a sense of like absence of love, kind of a mourning the lack of love, and what feels like an overall separation. And I also know this to be true. I know that you are the kind of guy who tends to like pull yourself out of it. You write yourself out of the romantic narrative a lot. You do this a lot. Where you express that you want a romantic partner, but you constantly write yourself off for very arbitrary reasons, or at least what sounds arbitrary to me. Could be more important in your perspective, but I do think that you have spent a lot of time separating yourself from the idea of love, and it has thus led to this feeling of like loneliness and isolation. And it's not just affecting you, but it's also affecting the potential, like, women who might want to be with you. Like, it's making them feel rather isolated and lonely as well. I can also hear what you'd be saying with this, too. The next card is Upright Death. But that doesn't necessarily mean bad. Just because it's death doesn't mean that it's anything bad. Okay? Listen. Hear me out. Death doesn't mean, like, actually dying. It just means, like, the end of something. End and destruction, you know? I think that if you are not careful, overall, like, relationship, likelihood, I guess for lack of a better term, could come to an end. But this could also, if we choose to be more optimistic about this reading, it could also mean that, like, the dry spell itself is coming to an end. Like, it could be... Something has to end, I think, in order to be able to move forward from this current situation that you are in. Whether it be putting an end to, like, something else in your life that you feel might be holding you back, maybe putting an end to putting yourself down. So it's something regarding the self. Maybe, like, more self-improvement needs to happen, like putting an end to, like, self-sabotage or whatever. But I do think something needs to end, and it needs to be, like, firmly cut off in order to be able to, like, pursue a romantic relationship. And then the third card is Reverse 6 of Pentacles. Reverse 6 is Desire, Cupidity... Yeah. So see? Once you're able to put certain things to bed, in the sense of, like, you stop doing them, I think desire is going to be able to come back more strongly into your life. I think you're going to be able to feel desire towards another person and perhaps have it be reciprocated. I think that there will be a sense of, like, infatuation, perhaps. Because cupidity, to me, always tends to mean, like, a temporary sense of, like, being love-struck as well. Or, like, kind of, like, falling, love at first sight type of vibes. But I think the important thing is that once you are able to put an end to the stuff that's been holding you back prior to this, I think that you will be able to allow desire to come back into your life, and it will end up having a more fruitful impact this time around. At least that's what I think. Hopefully it helps you. Hopefully. Not the RIP this dude. It's fine. It's not a terrible reading. Also, hi, Hanaki. Welcome in. Okay, Fearix is next. And then we have Tuki again afterwards. Up. Hitomi's posting a bunch of codes for stuff in our Animal Crossing chat, and I'm just like, wait. I cannot start terraforming yet, but I'll be able to terraform tomorrow, so that's exciting for me. Terraforming, wee! Okay, so Fearix's request is, cute purple woman, can I please get a reading? Of course you may, if you're still here at least. I'm guessing general reading, since there's no specific request for a topic in here. Yippee! Glad you're still here. General reading, right? Unless you want a specific one. Speak now while I'm shuffling. Speak now or don't. Yeah? Okay, sick. Okay. Sounds so scary. Speak now. Speak now or forever. Hold your peace. That delivery is like the delivery in Rugrats in Paris. Good movie, by the way. Because I feel like every time I say the hold your peace part, I just envision the like big gulp that I think happens not long after that line. It's from a different character, I think, like one of the people that's like watching the wedding. Because it's when Chaz is still about to marry Coco, who is not a nice lady. There's just like a very dramatic gulp. From someone who clearly does not want Chaz to marry her. Iconic movie for many reasons, but also one of them being that it uses Who Let the Dogs Out for a literal scene where a bunch of dogs get let loose around a theme park. Crazy choice. But dare I say, an awesome choice also. Rugrats movie? Yeah, I'm talking about Rugrats in Paris. Good movie. I don't know if I like that one more than the original Rugrats movie. I like them both a lot. But I think I tended to watch Rugrats in Paris more than the original Rugrats movie. I think Rugrats in Paris was the one that made it to the little cabinet of my favorite movies that I kept at my grandma's house. I think. Meanwhile, the original Rugrats movie, I'm pretty sure I kept at home. My standard of movies that I enjoyed when I was a kid is based on what movies did I keep in this tiny little cupboard. The room that used to be my childhood bedroom was converted into like what was called a TV room, but it was like a little entertainment area. And that's where I hung out a lot whenever I was being watched by my grandma. There was like a singular like recliner that was in there, a footstool that I loved putting my feet up on, and then a tiny little TV stand that had like a small cupboard underneath. The rewinder was put on the shelf on top of the cupboard, and then the little cupboard itself was only full of movies that I chose, because it was movies I would always want to watch while I was at my grandma's. So the movies I kept in there were movies that I really liked, and I would like cycle through them all the time. You would think that movies that I chose to keep at home would be the ones that I liked the most, but no. The ones that I kept at my grandma's were the ones that I liked a lot because I'd have like limited storage space. It was a very tiny cupboard. I vividly remember. But it was a very tiny little cupboard. So all of the movies that I kept in there had to be ones that I really liked watching. Did mine go through it initially got flagged? I haven't seen anything. unfortunately. So I think it might have gotten flagged. I can check and see if I still got a tip, like, through a PayPal notification, but I haven't seen a message from you unless you used a different name. Sorry, I pogged for a second because I got a cool email. I'm gonna have to answer that after stream. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing any other ones, so it might have gotten, like, flagged. Hopefully it didn't get taken out on your card, because I genuinely don't see it. Or, like, whatever you used to pay. I hope it didn't get taken out of your account, because I don't see it. Oh, there we go.
Cute. Do better.
Okay, you got it. We got it this time. Awesome. Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, sometimes it randomly flags them. It can be quite annoying. Okay, general reading for Felix. Yes, do it. Our first card is Reverse Chariot. Let's see. Chariot. Riot, Quarrel, Dispute. So I think that this basically speaks for itself. But it seems that there was some sort of big, fight that occurred. I don't necessarily know what about. That part doesn't come through very clearly to me. But it seems like there was a big fight, recently. Or like a kind of argument that happened between you and another party, which has kind of set the tone for things going forward. Specifically, when it's reversed like this, it tends to mean defeat. Had this been upright, the implication would have been that there was an argument that you won. But in this case, it specifically is implying like an argument or like a dispute that you lost. So something happened, and you came out the loser in that situation. However that may be interpreted. Our second card is Upright Emperor. Stability, power, protection, conviction, and reason. So it seems to me that despite how this fight went, you still feel like you have come out the victor. And you do have all of the tools, like, within your own personal arsenal, that makes it seem as if you did come out kind of the winner in your own way. Like, you don't... It seems that while the fight did result in you losing, I think that you have still come out, like, more so on top. Like, it didn't, what's the word? It didn't impact you too negatively. You still feel like you were in the right. I guess is basically what it's saying. It's saying that you feel as if you are in the right, and then you are also, you do seem to, like, be in the right, because, you know, the Emperor is one of the, like, most powerful of the major arcana. So, looking pretty good. It seems like you are sitting in a pretty powerful position. You have all of the right tools in your arsenal. And then the third card is Reverse Queen of Pentacles. Reverse Queen is, suspense and mistrust. So I think now you are rather defensive of this, like, stance that you have. You feel that you are in the right, and it kind of feels like the world around you, seems to be in support of your opinion. But it's also making you feel a little bit, like, protective of this perspective that you have. And I think now you're a little bit more wary of ending up in another argument. Like, you may have lost the argument, but in order to prevent another loss, you're kind of, like, I don't want to say avoiding the topic, per se, but it's the sense of, like, you know that you're right, and so you don't really see a reason to fight for it anymore. Is at least what I'm getting. And I also think you're finding it hard to trust people who have the opposing view. Like the person that you argued with, you kind of are having a hard time trusting people that have the same perspective as them, so to speak. And this isn't necessarily literal. It could just be like anything that's like opposite to how you feel. You're kind of wary of people that feel the same way in that regard. And so you're kind of keeping your guard up a bit more around them. But you feel that you are right, and so you're just like choosing not to argue any further. It do be like that sometimes. Very interesting. There's a lot of emphasis on, like, being right and being just and not really being able to trust others who don't see things the way you do. Interesting angle for how things are going right now. Cheese Wizard has returned. Well, welcome back, Cheese Wizard. Hope things are going well for ya. I had, a bagel sandwich on an Asiago bagel for dinner. Do you like Asiago cheese? I like Asiago cheese. I don't know how to feel about this. Fair. Understandable. I think the deck is basically telling you, in argument, you are right. Do not bother fighting with others. I guess that's the advice it's kind of trying to give you if I were to TLDR it. The cheese whiz. Indeed. Hope things are well for you too. So far. Doing good so far. It's okay, typing's hard. Okay. Next is Tuki again. Go, cute purple woman. Tell me if the flowers won't be the only thing blooming this season. I take it this is the love question that you wanted to ask earlier? I assume that's what you mean by this? You got it. My luck has never been good. It's okay. Neither has mine. But I've also never asked the cards for a love reading. The only time I've ever read for my own future, I've always just done general readings. I've never tried to do a love reading for myself. I'm kind of scared what it would say, because my cards always roast me. They've started to be nicer to you guys whenever I do readings, although sometimes they can still be quite harsh. But whenever I read for myself, I'm like, it always gets my ass, and I'm like, I have a silly MS Paint font that fell out of my ear for Hitomi. Should I post it under the art tag? Yeah, you can post it under the art tag. I will show Hitomi later when I go check for the link. Maybe they'll roast your potential lover instead of you. Cards. What's my love life gonna look like? And then I put down the 3 cards and each one is just like, they a bitch. Man, they suck. And I'm just like, oh, I see. But that could be anyone. Yeah, real. Be more specific, cards. Love Life Bunny Garden 2. Oh my god, you're so right. Guys, the fact that Bunny Garden is getting a sequel and they're adding 3 new girls is kind of crazy to me. Have we thought about this? Have we pondered the fact that they added a purple woman and a pink woman? Have they pondered what this is going to do to me personally? Sick and Twisted. I don't know why they're making a whole second game, though. I feel like they could have just done DLC. Because it just seems like it's going to be the same game again. They said that it's going to be like an alternate timeline from the first game, kind of. But I feel like it could have just been DLC for the first one. I don't know why they have to make it a separate game. Maybe there's enough new changes or new content. I looked at, like, the stuff that was released so far. It seems like they did add new, like, mini-games that you can do with them. Like, I think you can make them sing karaoke. It also looks like there's more dual games. Like, you can make two girls hang out and, like, do fan service towards you. I guess for the people that wanted, like, Yuri fan service. So I guess that's kind of different. What is Bunny Garden? Bunny Garden is a game that came out on Steam a couple years ago. Where it's literally like a guy who is like struggling to get a new job after being fired. He like stumbles into a bar where all of the waitresses are bunny girls. And he basically spends his time hanging out with these bunny girl hostesses at what is like, you know, a host club. And like the main core gameplay mechanic is to like buy drinks for the girls and like ask them questions and like remember facts about them. And then eventually, because it is a video game and a fantasy, you do eventually reach a point where you can like actually date them and like get to know them outside of their personas. But for the most part, you're just interacting with them while they are at work, and they milk you for all you are worth financially. And there's a lot of fan service because the women are pretty. And now there's going to be a sequel. Which is a great way to spend your time and money when you're struggling. Well, I mean, technically he's still like working a temp job, I believe is what he's doing in the main game. So he's still making like some money. But you can also like gamble to earn more to spend on the girl, and you like buy her gifts and you like buy her a bunch of drinks and food, and you eventually can get close enough to her to start hanging out with her outside of the venue and all of that stuff. Posted. Okay, thank you. Gamble, awesome. It's a fun game. If you're at all interested, I have a playthrough of Bunny Garden saved on a playlist on my YouTube channel. Which is where I was streaming before I started multi-streaming on Twitch as well. If you're at all interested in the gameplay, you can watch me play it. It's a fun game, it must be said. And I think the girls are cute. I chose the blue one at the time. I loved Miyuka, she's a beautiful girl. Also, the Bunny Garden playthrough was a good time, because when I was getting fan art, a lot of people were getting fan art of me in bunny girl outfits, and I must say, bunny girl aesthetics, mwah. Love to see it. And now there's a purple one. You know what that means. Miyuka was my favorite, and I didn't really stray for my whole playthrough because she was really cute. But I must say, I am curious about the purple woman, and I'm also curious about the pink woman. I'm curious about the new girls. I have to wonder what it's gonna be like. Miyuka goated, thank you, very based. At the time in Kawaii, pretty much everyone was going after, I don't even remember her name, but the yellow girl. The Gyaru. Everybody was going for the yellow girl, and she's cute and all, but like, have you seen Miyuka? What a woman. She was the best of the original three. It's interesting that the original three are still going to be in the game, despite the fact that they're adding 3 more. Very curious. I was so loyal, adds 3 girls. I was so loyal. Hey, this is an alternate universe. Technically, the benefit of it being a new game is that it means that there isn't a save file that shows that I used to date Miyuka. Because now it's just like, oh look, it's an entirely new game in an entirely alternate timeline. Wow! Now I can flirt with the purple one. But no, it's a fun game. Pretty short too. You can probably get through it in a couple of hours if you are not streaming it like I tended to be doing. I'll be keeping my eye out for Bunny Garden too, I think. I'm excited to flirt with new women. Women. Am I right? Okay. Love reading time. Speaking of Bunny Garden. And falling in love with hostesses. Okay. Our first one. Reverse 3 of swords. I was about to say of hearts. That's not correct. Swords. Reverse 3. Error, loss, distraction, disorder, confusion. So this is telling me that you have always struggled when it comes to romance. You find a lot of romantic signals to be confusing, difficult to parse. I think that you've been in a few relationships where things were a bit too ambiguous and confusing for you to keep up with. And I think you tended to be a little bit, distracted when it came to, like, prioritizing a partner. Maybe you had other things in your life that were going on that made it difficult for you to prioritize them. But it generally seems to me that, like, overall there's been a lot of confusion and, like, difficulties maintaining relationships due to that confusion, which is very fair. I feel like, people do not understand how difficult romance can really be. It is very difficult and very confusing. I can talk like a sage because I'm outside of it, but I will tell you what, whenever I've been in a romantic situation, I've been very confused all of the time. There are very few times where I am also aware. So, you know, I get it. Understandable. But it seems that your past is filled with a lot of, like, confusion. Disorder is also a thing that comes up a lot in this. It just feels like everything was kind of, like, disorganized and, like, you didn't really have a clear grasp on your emotions. Maybe your partners also didn't really have a clear grasp on what they wanted, and it just caused a lot of, like, mess. A lot of mess. As for present, we have upright 9 of cups. Interesting. Upright 9, which is contentment, victory, success, satisfaction. So the implication seems to be that right now you would have an advantage, or like you would be likely to succeed if you were to like be interested in somebody right now. I feel like this is basically saying if there's someone that you're interested in pursuing currently, like if you have someone in mind that you would want to like get to know better and like perhaps pursue in a romantic way, I think the cards are trying to say that you are like kind of primed and ready for it. You would likely succeed if you were to attempt it. Like, it seems that now is the time. You are like, the card shows like the guy sitting like very sagely and like confidently with the 9 cups behind him. So it's basically saying you have the resources you need on your side. If you are willing to like capitalize on them, it seems like things would go well. And then the third card is Upright Knight of Swords. So we're back at the swords again. Swords. Upright Knight. Skill, bravery. Resistance is another word that comes up. I think, like, the way I'm interpreting this is that you're going to have to kind of, like, fight your way forward. I don't think you're necessarily going to have to, like, fight for this person's attention, you might be in opposition towards them. And by what I mean by that is, I think that if you are looking to pursue this person, like once you like kind of assess where you're at and you think that you are ready to pursue them, I think that you're going to have to kind of like, I don't want to make this sound bad, because in some ways when you say this in regards to romance, people might be like, ew. But I do think you are going to have to kind of like prove yourself, because they might not realize the same thing that you are. They might not be as aware of the fact that like you are well equipped to be in a relationship currently. I think that they might need some convincing, which to me basically means like it might take a bit of effort on your side when you're pursuing them, but it seems that it would be worth trying. It might be a bit of a struggle, but the knight is being depicted here as like ready. Like he's got his sword drawn. He's like ready to be on the offensive. So I feel like that means that you need to be ready to kind of charge forward too. I think you taking the initiative would be key when it comes to this potential relationship. Time to throw hands at last. It seems so. I think you need to be the one to take charge and like show initiative and show your desire. Like wear your heart on your sleeve, I think is kind of what these cards are saying. You are ready despite the past that you had, and it's just a matter of being willing to be the one to lead the charge. The cards seem to have faith, but it might still be a bit of a struggle. The reason I said what I did about that last card is because it kind of made it seem like I was trying to tell you to like convince them like aggressively, but I hope you understand that's not what I mean. I think it just means like being willing to have that assertion and like at least try. If you get a hard no though, then obviously I hope you know you should accept it. But I think that it's okay to try and like convince a person at least a little bit. If they're open to it, but like a little hesitant, I think that's kind of more what the cards are saying to fight for. I'm not saying to not take no for an answer and blah, 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 blah. I hope that makes sense. Slips $20. All right, last one. Hakase. Wondering about job outlook. Basically, what could come of taking a chance of leaving my current job this year to reignite some interest in my field elsewhere? Joke question, will this back pain finally subside, or is it Jover for this old man? Real. Mine is somewhat similar to Mama's. I try to be somewhat vague for the cards, but there is a bit of context. It can be rephrased if it's too specific. Or in the other direction with like context. No, it's okay. I think it's good enough. That never goes away, man. Yeah, sorry, bro. Once you kind of get that back pain, it's gonna be very difficult to make that back pain go away. Bummer. Totally trust you are doomed. No, that's fucked up. Don't say that. Don't say they're doomed. And knee pain. Not the knee pain. Next thing you know, your joints are popping and legs buckling. Oh god. You guys sound like you're falling apart. Please do some stretches every day. Keep yourselves limber. Actual advice, hydrate, protein and collagen minimums need met, lose any extra weight on the joints, knees and spine are same idea. Agree. I mean, I'm eternally 21, so I don't have to worry about this problem, but I think even if I did age, I would be fine because I drink a lot of water. I drink a lot of water. Gotta go to sleep. Okay, rest well. Good luck with your work and your research. You got this. No, I'm not reading that out loud. Don't say that to me. What the heck? But also, you have to remember, I also like yoga. So I can probably just continue to do my daily stretches, and I will be fine.
Cute. Do better.
Oh, okay. Asking for 3 at once, huh? Alright. Okay, so that will probably have to be the last one, because that's 3 in a row. That's 3 in a row. Thank you, though. Yogurt is healthy? Oh, true. I also love yogurt. Yum, yogurt. I used to not like yogurt because I thought it tasted too sour, but then I realized that there are other types of yogurt that you can get that exist that are not as sour tasting. And then they are still healthy. Also, adding granola tends to help for me. Adding granola to yogurt is good. There's this one that's full of like cacao nibs, along with like the rest of the actual granola part that I really, really like. It's delicious and it's really good in yogurt. Yum. I should start getting yogurt again. Good way to end it. Agree. Agree. Big true. Okay. Then I will unpin the messages so that people know that the queue is closed. Hitomi and I are trying to look into a queue, like, not really a widget, but we're trying to figure out something that I can use to like control the queue in a different way, so that way I can like set up like pinging and stuff as well. The problem is finding something that can work in both the YouTube and Twitch chat. Because I know that there are some that can work in like the individual chats, but I would need one that can keep track of both. So we're trying to figure out an option for that soon. Hopefully I can have something set up by the time we get to the next stream, which will probably be in May. Probably. It's gonna be like a dentist office queue. Your assigned number is 229. Please wait until your number is called. Or it's like waiting for your pickup order to be finished at a restaurant. You get handed the little beeper and then it beeps once your food is ready and you have to go pick up the tray. That's like me handing you your 3-card tarot reading. Speaking of, I need to start learning how to do other kinds of readings too. I'd like to learn how to start doing like a 5-card spread or like the other like fancier type of spreads. I don't really know how to read those. I need to do more research into that. Because if this is going to become a kind of regular stream activity, it'd be nice to have more offerings. Gotta do research. Gotta become a learned girl. We'll work on that. For me, it's always been a kind of casual hobby, but since it's something I occasionally monetize, I feel like I should get better at it. Be capable of more. Will do my best. Big if true, true if big, big true. I say that so much, I don't know why. And I know I've gotten it must be said from a streamer that I like to watch, because she says it all the time. In the end, I am merely an amalgamation of all of the people I like to watch. Several Yunoisms are things that I got from other people. Because I think that they're funny. My nose is so itchy. Blech. Okay. All right. Oh, I guess also since it's 11:30, I should bring this up too. You have 30 minutes if you want to go get a bundle of merch or any of the individual pieces of merch. It is still available on Rachit merch, I think for the next 30 minutes at least. And then it will be gone. So you should go get it, if you can. Those of you that have already purchased the merch, thank you. It means a lot. It will support this little Oni, in accomplishing big dreams. Little Oni big dreams. You know merch, get it before it gets you. So true. Me when I fucking get you. And I believe the merch will probably ship between April and June, I think is what the estimate was. I'll keep you guys updated on when it should start shipping, assuming you don't get notifications on it shipping for yourselves. But I'm so excited! Because I'm getting a bundle too, obviously. I'm so excited to have merch of Purple Woman. Specifically, the fact that it's going to be merch with the Sumeragi art. Is that not crazy? Art of me by my favorite artist ever, physically in my hands. Can we believe this? I think that's crazy. So excited for when it arrives. Me too! You guys are gonna have to take pictures of your merch so I can see what you've done with it. You'll have to post it in my general tag so that I can look at it and cry. I need to figure out... Maybe I need to get another shelf, because I'm thinking about making a shelf of my own for like a Yuno shrine. Which feels a little egotistical saying it out loud, but I have so much Yuno merch that I have not displayed because I don't have enough space to like properly put it all up. But I think I'd like to get another shelf that I could put somewhere. Either in my room or maybe somewhere else in the box. So that I can have a little shrine dedicated to all the merch I've gotten of me. Where? I'll probably move the Hanamizuki poster to be above that shelf too. I need a better poster to put up on my wall then if I'm gonna replace the Hanamizuki one. Mialoon, when are we gonna make posters? Mia Loon, when are we gonna make more group merch? I have to frickin' rat grab and shake them to see if they'd be interested in making stuff. Need new group merch. When in doubt, put it on the ceiling. True, because then I can open my eyes and I can distantly see Hana Mizuki. Remember them? They existed for a time. Thinking, modeling, mind palacing. I do have a chair for the Yunos. That's so fricked up. You're going to put them in chairs? Man. HMZ forever. Well, they do exist eternally in a form. They're not really real anymore, though. Who? Good question. Good question, Kaya Nishikino. Shrine on the chair in the corner would be amazing. Stop! Stop putting me in the corner! Too many chair jokes have been made this day for no apparent reason, by the way. Like, at least make the jokes when it makes sense. Why do I keep having to go in the cuck chair when I'm not even being cucked? That's kind of sick and twisted and evil. You don't need to do all that. Please? My nose. Okay. Alright. Job outlook for Mr. Hakase. Sorry it takes so long to shuffle. It's because I'm really bad at it. Even though you aren't, you silly, silly Oni, the Dakis get the bed. Sick. Sick and twisted. That isn't what I meant. What I mean is, like, on this stream... I haven't done anything where I have been actively cucked. So, what the hecky? Why are we all unemployed? Good question. Vegas Shuffle learning stream. My cards aren't made out of the right kind of card stock to be easy to shuffle like that. I would have to get cards made out of, like, proper material if I wanted to learn how to shuffle. Anyway. Alright. Career reading. So the first card is Upright Queen of Pentacles. Upright Queen is... Opulence, security. So it seems currently you have a good job. It seems that it pays well and that it's very secure. Obviously. So, like, even though you are considering this career path, it seems that the job that you currently have is, like, working pretty well. It might not be the most fulfilling, but it pays well and it's stable. Which I do think is an important thing to keep note of in current economy. Second card is Reverse King of Swords. Reverse King is... Evil intentions, breach of faith. So maybe things are going on at work, like, maybe there's, like, office politics at play. Maybe there's something, like, dark on the horizon regarding, like, the actual future of this particular career path. I can't say for certain, but it seems that there's, like, dark magic afoot. Even though the job itself is quite secure and pays really well, it feels like there's just kind of some sort of external force that's, like, kind of bearing down on it. And might be part of what's making you feel like you want to change careers and kind of like get out of Dodge before it gets too bad. Makes sense to me anyway. If only you knew. Well, the cards seem to know. They're picking up what you're putting down. As for your future, reverse Wheel of Fortune. So reverse Wheel of Fortune. Increase abundance and oh god, I hate having to pronounce this word, sorry. It's superfluous but with ITY, so it's superfluity, I guess? Superfluity? Sure. I stumbled so bad. I don't know how to read that word. Anyways, I'll look good if you decide to quit. I think if you are able to escape from the horrors, if you are able to escape from the dark magic, the evil vibes that are afoot in current career path, it looks like things will go well. At the very least, you'll see an increase in like value. Abundance also seems to be in the future. Perhaps it'll be an abundance of like creative energy. Perhaps it'll be like renewed interest. The cards seem to think that if you were to leave, that things would still turn out in your favor. You might be able to line up something that would be hopefully just as good. I can't say it would be better, but it does seem like if you were to leave, like if you were to make this decision to get out of Dodge, things would probably go well for you. Do not quit your job for me. No, 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 no. This is not literal advice. It's just saying that if you were to... The cards seem to think it might be a good idea, but you know, I'm just a guy. I'm not liable for any decisions you decide to make. But even 2 weeks as we speak. No! Not like this! No! Instant backtrack. No, it's not so much that. I'm just saying don't make the decision purely because of my cards. They can serve as guidance, but they should not be your sole driving force. Why are you leaving? The cards told me to. What cards? What are you talking about? Why are you leaving? The cards said that the vibes were rancid. 2-week notice reason Oni gal on the YouTube said send it. The Oni cards, boss. Boss, you don't get it. There's this purple woman online. She speaks with authority sometimes, so I feel like I have to listen to her. I mean, hey, it could be worth a try. I do appreciate the thoughts, jokes aside. As I said, the cards seem to be picking up on whatever icky vibes you are picking up on. They seem to be in favor of you choosing to leave. Wheel of Fortune is usually like, things will fall where they may. It's like a big, like, risk card, risk-taking card. High risk, high return type of card. Even reversed, it still is like high risk, high return, so... Outlook still seems to be good. The cute wiggler on my phone told me they're just like, what the fuck is a wiggler? That sounds like an alien. Purple creature. The horned one advised for my departure. Ay, ay, ay. Don't make me liable. I'll cry. Alright, Fearix. Let's get your readings on your 3 specific categories. Thank you again, by the way. Career, education, and love, and Louvet, if I were to do my best Ayla-sama impression. Guys, I miss Ayla-sama. I know it's hard for her to stream right now because she's, like, busy and sick and all of that stuff, but I miss her. Wait on, we are homeless. No! Don't lose your homes because of me. Please. Back when I still had YouTube memberships open, and I was trying to figure out what to offer for the tiers. Because if you guys remember, Hana Mizuki were the first talents under Kawaii to offer tiered memberships, and I wasn't really sure what to offer for some of my tiers, so one of my suggestions was to offer tarot readings, right? And management was like kind of worried about me offering the shut up, Kaya, I'm telling a story. Anyway, management was kind of worried about me offering tarot readings because they thought that like if I offered them, people would take it really literally, and then they would make like drastic decisions based on what I said. And then if things didn't go like how the cards said that they would, they were worried that people would like take it out on me and like get mad and like send hate and like do all this like crazy stuff, all because the cards advised a decision that they decided to take literally. And I was like, well, I feel like people have enough common sense to know that they shouldn't purely base their decision based on what a VTuber says. I would like to believe that the audience that I foster would not take me that literally. Second of all, I think if there is that epic of a crash out over a reading, that's kind of more on their side than it has anything to do with me. I feel like logistically people understand that it's not like literal. But they were initially like really worried that like they thought that people would get mad at me if my readings ended up being wrong. And they were like, would you be able to handle that? And I was like, yeah. You mean I won't get a job in April? I mean, the cards seem optimistic that you will. But it is important to understand that, like, even if the cards seem very, like, all-knowing and, like, seem to be quite aware of a lot of things, it isn't necessarily good to solely base your decisions off of them. Like, it's good to consider it, like, when you're going forward, to kind of keep things in mind. But it's not necessarily, like, do this. There's a reason tarot readers are considered entertainers and not a doctor. Yeah, for real. Like, basically my argument to management was, like, I feel like people should understand that it's more of an entertainment thing. And, like, if you choose to believe in the tarot cards, that's one thing. Like, obviously I do. But, like, I don't know. I feel like I had more faith in the audience that I was fostering and that nobody would crash out over what the cards did or did not say to them. Oh, thank you for the stretch. I thought that was a hydrate. I don't know why. I guess I just assume usually that people are redeeming hydrates. Ugh. That was a good stretch, though. Kaya about to tag your box in green paint with your lie in April is crazy. Not an invalid concern, but sometimes you gotta trust that people aren't crazy. That's kind of how I felt. Like, maybe I had too much faith in you guys or something. Because management really thought that, like, there was a chance that people would crash out at me if I got something wrong. And I was just like, I don't know. I think I can have a little faith in them. Because the problem with them saying no to the tarot reading is that I literally had so few ideas for what to offer for the different tiers, because I wasn't intending for there to be separate tiers that required separate unique offerings. Management specifically wanted to do it with us and Ephemera to like experiment and see if people would be interested in it. They made us start with tiers from the beginning. I didn't intend to do tiers. I was only planning for like the one membership option. So I was really struggling to come up with ideas because I don't have the kinds of skills that other girls do. And I didn't know what else to offer. So tarot reading was like all I had. And so when they were really worried and they almost told me just to flat out no because they didn't want to risk me getting hate from people, I was just like, I don't know what else to do. If you tell me I can't do this, you better give me ideas for the other tiers because I got nothing. I hated tiers. I was not a big fan of the fact that they wanted us to do tiers from the beginning, to be quite honest. I was not really a big fan of it. Was your manager superstitious? Management was not superstitious. Management's big thing when it came to protecting us was they did not want fans to take things out on us. Especially, like, in the case of the membership stuff, I think they were worried that because people were paying for the tier that would have had the tarot reading option, I think they were worried that people would, like, crash out and try to, like, issue chargebacks or, like, cancel their memberships over the fact that I got something wrong in a tarot reading or something. Or that they would start sending, like, messages via Marshmallow to be like, "This bitch lied to me when she read tarot cards, blah, 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 blah," or something. They were not necessarily superstitious. They were just worried that other people would take it too seriously and then take it out on me. Management was always hoping to, like, avoid us doing anything that might attract hate, I guess, is the best way to word it. But they are a little stitious. Maybe a little stitious. Maybe a little bit. And then, you know, later on when Ephemera joined, we had a talent whose literal entire thing was being a tarot reader. So I retired the tarot reading anyway. Because they had us decide our tiers, and then not long after that, we found out about the Kohai that were coming in, and we found out that one of said Kohai was going to focus entirely on doing tarot reading, so I was like, well, fuck. So I took away the tarot reading part of my tier, because there's no point in overlapping like that when it's a girl's entire, like, core vibe. So it ended up not mattering anyway. I only got to do, like, the one tarot reading before I had to retire it, because I had a Kohai whose whole thing was tarot reading. You know, you promised I would have 3 girlfriends right now. I know, sorry, bro. I said 3 potential girlfriends. Yuno's haters are South Park kids, sounds like. I've never really gotten haters. I've gotten a few negative Maros, maybe. But never, like, a hater. I don't think. I'm a Yuno hater. And other lies we tell ourselves. I'm sorry, I literally cannot believe it from you. You love mail me a lot. You said I'll find him, Akinyu. I actually never said that. I've only ever seen you mention that man by name in your own chat in the Mialoon Discord. So I've actually never said anything like that to you. You should say it. I don't know, man. I do want what's best for you. This much is true. I just don't know if I can specifically say that guy. Fucked up. Now? Only now you're a hater? I think you were a hater before this. Anyways, alright, let's do career reading. Career. I haven't done it already, right? My brain is starting to lose track of where I am, because I'm yapping in between. Career first. Okay. First card is Magician, upright. Skill, diplomacy, self-confidence, the querent themselves. So that's you. So since this is related to career, this means that you have the skills already. you've really been focusing on yourself when it comes to, like, career development. I think you've been, like, maybe... I mean, this is just all ballpark stuff. Don't take this literally. But, like, maybe you've been studying to get, like, updated licenses. Maybe you're trying to stay on top of, like, trends within your career field. Maybe there's, like, lessons or classes that you're occasionally taking to, like, keep your skills up. You're focusing a lot on the self. And you're focusing a lot on, like, ways to improve yourself for the sake of your career. And it's building your self-confidence up quite a bit. Second card is Upright Page of Wands. Upright Page. Right, the lover and the envoy and a postman. Beside a man, he will bear favorable testimony. Okay. You are beside a man. This Page of Wands is beside a man. Okay. So favorable testimony. I believe this is basically saying that there is going to be a person in your life that is going to be able to vouch for you when it comes to your career. I think they're going to potentially come to you with, like, another opportunity for a job, like maybe an additional contract you can take on. Maybe if you're, like, looking for another job, maybe they're gonna have an opportunity for you. Overall, it just kind of feels like there's somebody in your life that's going to kind of serve as, like, an envoy or messenger, and they're going to provide you with something, like, related to your career, and they're gonna be able to vouch for you really well, too. So, like, maybe if you're already in the process of, like, going back to school or changing paths, there's somebody in your corner who's going to be capable of, like, vouching for you and, like, being a vote of confidence for you because they have a lot of faith in you and your abilities. Then last card is Reverse Nine of Wands. So another wand card. Will you vouch for me, Yuno? I'm not a boy, so it might be a bit difficult to have me be the one to vouch, but I could vouch for you. I have written letters of recommendation for peers before. So I could do it. As for Reverse Nine of Wands, obstacles, adversity, calamity. So while you are going to have someone who can vouch for you, I think there's still going to be an obstacle regarding your career that you might have to overcome. I don't have anything specific right now that I can really point towards, just because I don't really have that kind of sense with this card. But, like, there is probably something you're still going to have to overcome career-wise in order to, like, push through and continue to develop further. You've done a lot of self-development, but I think a lot of the things that need to come forward now are going to be based more on, like, your environment and, like, the job itself. I think you're going to have to push forward if you want something like a promotion or what have you. There's a bit more pressure regarding that, like more opposing forces that could get in the way of it. So that's something to keep in mind. Next is education. Education reading for the same guy. And then your love reading, and then I will be done for real. I will be done for real. Pretty good job overall. Thank you guys for your support as always. This is definitely enough for me to be able to cover my important bills. And I will also be able to get Pokopia. So yippee! Pokopia! Let's go. Ugh. Yippee! Pokopia on the schedule next week? Eyes emoji? I might start it off stream. But I might put it on the schedule for next week, perhaps. We'll see ya. Why are you actuallying me? Why do I need to be actuallyed? What did I do? When don't you? What the hell? You're always supposed to actually me if I get something wrong. I'm not wrong all the time. I have moments where I am wrong, but not all the time. Or I guess you can actually me if I'm being a nerd. In which case, that is the more common answer. But like, come on now. I haven't done anything. You can't just use it again! That doesn't answer my question! Oi. They hate me so bad. They hate me so bad and want me to suffer. Can't believe this. I think you need to think about it. What the heck? Man. I should get a separate emote that's specifically for, you know, Hanaki thinking. Well? Well, what? Well, what? Every day I am in crisis. You know, thonk. Big thonk. I should get the one that's like really like that's like a scribbled thinking emoji, and then I should make it rotate. Because at this point I don't think I have enough slots for static emotes anymore, so if I get any new emotes they have to be animated ones. I should get a rotating thonk. That would be pretty awesome, I think. Okay. Education. Rotating Yunk orb. True. We could make Yunk be the one that is thinking. What about a No Maidens one? I don't know. I could probably make an expression that looks like that, but I don't know. That one probably wouldn't really work as an animated one. Okay. Education. First up is Reverse Knight of Pentacles. Inertia, idleness, stagnation, and discouragement and carelessness. So I feel like right now, educationally, I mean, stagnation is probably the most relatable word of all of these, but like maybe feeling idle and discouraged is like also a big part of it. So maybe school has been proving a little bit difficult lately. Maybe, you got back some like assignments that were graded a little poorly, or maybe they just didn't get graded as well as you thought they would. Issues with like exams, maybe. I'm crashing out. No, don't crash out. Don't crash out. Don't crash out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But like it seems like things aren't going too hot at school, is what the Reverse Knight of Pentacles is telling me. Things don't seem to be going so well. Which is normal. Everybody has those times. Present is Upright Four of Wands. Upright Four. Right, we got this card earlier. Harmony, prosperity, peace. So I guess the best way to phrase this is like things at school weren't going too well. Right now you're kind of like in a more comfortable position than before. I don't necessarily want to assume that you've like you're just like accepting it or like smiling. Like just smiling in acceptance, but it's I think it's more like you're understanding where you are struggling, and I think that you've been trying to like come more to terms with where you need to improve in your studies so that things can start going even better. Kinda. It feels pretty, like, peaceful right now. Like, maybe you found, like, a better, like, way to study that, like, works better for your brain or something. And so it's been leading to slightly more positive results. You're working on the up and up. And then our last card is Upright Hierophant. Hierophant, Upright. Inspiration. The man to whom the Clarent has recourse. Right, so... it seems inspiration is coming. Like, you're probably going to feel, like, remotivated to pursue your studies with more vigor again. Like, the person that you have recourse with is, like, this is referring to, like, a mentor or, like, someone who you can rely on if you require assistance. So I think the cards are telling you that you are on the right path to, like, fixing where your grades currently are and, like, improving your educational path. And you should not be afraid to rely on a trusted mentor or a teacher or, like, some other, like, figure in your life who you usually turn to when you require aid. It seems that they will be able to continue to help you. I think that, like, continuing to foster that relationship will be beneficial to your education as well. And it should make things even better. Okay. And lastly, the love reading. Ugh. Shuffle, shuffle. Sorry, I'm just really locking in so I can give this last shuffle like a really good effort. Ending on a love reading. Ooh, fun times. Sipping tea. True. Relationship stuff. Ooh. Fun times, haha. Have optimism. Be optimistic. It's gonna go fine. I believe. Okay. Love reading. Let's go. First card, Upright 10 of Swords. Let's see, Upright 10. Pain, tears, sadness. Okay. Have you been heartbroken recently? Because that's usually what I think that this card tends to mean in relation to romance. Within the card, the man is lying face down and he is being stabbed in the back by all 10 of the swords, going literally from, like, ass to neck. Just being stabbed by the tips of all the swords. So, heartbroken? Maybe you were in a relationship that seems to have, ended rather bitterly. Left you with quite a bit of pain. And it's kind of bearing down upon you with, like, a weight that's keeping you kind of pinned in place. At least that kind of seems to be the vibe that I'm getting. I've been single all my life, but I've been backstabbed by friends. I see you. I think then, I mean, I don't really like to have to change my interpretation based off of what I hear, but like, if you've been single, I think it's more so the idea of like rejection then, or like not even feeling like you can pursue romance because you've been like hurt by others without romance being involved. So it's building up a sense of trust, and it's that kind of weight that's been bearing down on you and making it difficult to pursue romance at all. Upright King of Wands is the next one. Friendly, honest, and conscientious. So I think that despite facing the like sadness and like the pain of the previous like platonic heartbreaks, you are still carrying a very honest and conscientious heart. Ironically, this card also often means like a person who is already married. But I think within this context, it's more so like you have the general like airs and appearance. Oh, Charlotte, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I hope you guys had a good stream. I'm probably gonna be ending after this reading actually, but feel free to hang around if you'd like. Welcome in, welcome in. Where was I? Right, Upright King of Wands. So, while this card can usually mean, a man who's already married, I think this is more so in the sense of, like, you have the tools that would be needed to, like, handle a relationship. Because, I mean, if we're thinking about it in the sense of, like, honest and conscientious, those are really good, traits to have, in a person in order to, like, pursue romance. So I think when it comes to, like, how you're currently feeling about romance, you're feeling rather, like, open to it. There's also, like, friendliness, so I think you've been approaching, like, potential romantic partners with the desire to be friends first. I think you're looking for someone who can be a really solid friend, and then you would be potentially considering them as a partner. That seems to be the vibe that I'm getting. But you're, like, open to it. You're kind of being honest. You're laying all your cards out on the table, I believe, for the other people that are in your life socially at this point. Or you have the desire to do so if you haven't started to do it yet. And then the last card is Upright Six of Wands. So we've got another wand on our hands. Upright 6. A victor triumphing, but also great news. Expectation crowned with its own desire, the crown of hope. So it looks like good things are in the future romantically. Great news in the literal sense of, like, I think you might end up hearing, and note that this might not necessarily be literal, but I think you might end up hearing that there's somebody who's interested in you. Maybe, like, you might hear a rumor through the grapevine, or, like, through actual trusted friends or something. Or maybe you might pick up on a vibe from someone that you get along well with, that they might be interested in a potential romantic relationship. I think you're just going to receive something that you're going to be able to interpret as, like, a really good sign, and that's going to kind of come across as good news to you, which to me means that it's going to be someone that you are mutually interested in. Because sometimes with cards like this, it might be from someone that you might not have interest in back, but the way it seems to me, with you putting all of your cards out on the table and being as honest and upfront as the cards are implying you should be, I think you will get good news and you will be able to find a pretty lucky partner. Whatever kind of person you may be interested in. So outlook on romance is good. Honestly, all of your readings ended up being fairly positive. Which is good news. We'd love to hear that. I'm getting married to who in 1 month? I don't know. Also, I don't think it's necessarily in a month. I just think that you're going to receive good news fairly soon. Or sometime in the future. Someone that you are mutually interested in might show signs that they are also interested. Is kind of what it seems like the cards are saying to me. That is the vibe that I am getting. If it happens to be in a month, cool. You'll have to let me know in May, though, because that's going to be the next time I do a tarot reading stream. Yuno have declared it Dama shotgun wedding. That'd be crazy. If any of you ever decide to have a shotgun wedding, I have to be invited. You have to let me hang out there on an iPad. I have to. Please. But yeah, anyways, that does it for this month's tarot readings. Thank you for all of your support. With this, I will be able to pay some of my bills and also Pocopia. Yay. I'd let you officiate, bet. I have to get my license for that first, though. I am not licensed to wed people, but I will have to go get a license to do it. But I would do it for the Damadachi. I would do it if it meant that I could officiate a Damadachi wedding virtually.
Cute. Do better.
Daniel Smith, thank you for the $5 tip. Big nap time? Yes, big nap. It's time for the big sleep. So true. Supposedly it's really easy to get a license, do it online, and get a certificate in a few hours. So I have heard. I don't feel like... I'd have to, like, look into, like, the legitimacy of those. And I'd also have to make sure they could apply to, like, more than, like, one specific location. Because Damadachi are everywhere. I wouldn't want to accidentally only get registered to officiate in, like, one specific place. I'd have to make sure that it's, like, a widely applicable license. But again, I would do it for the Damadachi. Mostly because I think it would be fun. I knew someone who did it in a week. Ah, I see. I'll look into it. Who knows? Maybe that could end up being the career path that I go into. You know Hanaki wedding efficient arc? Bro, wait. What if I actually corner the market for, like, VTuber weddings? Like, are you a VTuber that's dating another VTuber and you don't want to worry about accidentally doxing you or your partner's identity? Get married by an actual VTuber. Everyone's identity will be kept secure because we're all attending anonymously as our VTuber selves. Fund it. I think it could be pretty funny. I am not that aware of very many VTuber couples. But I do think it would be pretty funny. Pretty sick, must be said. You can officiate mine and Aura's wedding when we renew our vows, bet. If I manage to get this license, bet. Time to offer a VTuber wedding service. Once I get registered, it's over. New career path just dropped. Let's go. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the stream here for tonight. Tomorrow I'm gonna be playing Pokemon Unite. Yeah. We're going back to the Unite mines because I need to get good at the game again so that I can, be ready for when Chikorita comes out. So I'm gonna learn how to play Glaceon again, and probably pick up some other Pokemon if I feel like it. And then Saturday, we're only doing the Twitch only stream. I'm not doing members this week again. I'm sorry. But I will try to get my members posts all up to make up for it. I just can't stream tomorrow night for not tomorrow night, Saturday night for reasons. And then Sunday, what am I doing Sunday? Oh, Ship It. Ship Inc. Yeah. Ship Inc., which is another cozy game. So that will be Sunday too. Yes. I'm tired of these forever alones in my chat, pairing you up, you know, formalize it. Several hundred VTubers / trombones. Yeah. I hope I would have infinite business. I think it'd be a pretty fun career path to go down, honestly. I'll see. I do like to yap. If I'd be good at anything as a wedding officiant, I would be real good at yapping. Guess I'm too late for a reading. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm calling it now because it was a little, it's getting a little late for me. Also, my eyes started twitching in the middle of the last couple readings, so I think that's a sign I need to rest. Blech. Anyway, but yeah, that's the plan for the rest of the week. So, I hope you look forward to the rest of the streams. But until then, thank you guys so much for choosing to spend time with me. I hope that you have a good rest of your time zone. And until I see you again, Yirotsu! Have a good night, guys.